homie?
What's up, dude?
How you been, man? How's life in the house? Things good?
We're actually at my apartment right now, cleaning up everything, making it, you know, what it needs to be, so I never have to come back here again.
Yes. Throw a match to the bitch, not literally, but figuratively.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. How are you?
I'm good, man. You know,
Cool.
I literally just got off. I had an amazing conversation with a buddy who's helping his friend build a deck.
Okay.
And it was just an open, genuine conversation. And he's like, the toughest thing is getting the holes in the ground. And once you get your holes in the ground, everything's like monkey work from there. And I'm
Yeah.
like, isn't that interesting, huh? He's like, yeah. I go, you observe level, right? He's like, tell me about it. Yay!
He
As
says,
long
he
as you,
says, tell me about it, and you're like, well, you got 3 hours?
yeah, right? No, I mean from a standpoint of
Yeah.
he observes level,
Of course he does. You have to try to
and
observe curved. You have to like make
and
something curved
and
for it to
he's
be curved.
and he's building a deck.
Yeah.
How is that different from somebody doing the exact same thing in Australia in the southern hemisphere?
I don't know. You tell me.
They still observe level because down exists in their realm, does it not?
But I feel like there would be tons of people coming after us at some point that build bridges and survey land and stuff that just shut us down, right? If it were a globe.
Buddy.
Never happened.
Buddy.
Yeah.
We are the town that shows up with the stakes on fire for the Simpsons at like random parts of the obviously the random engagements the town has had with that family, but they've got the burning stakes in their hands.
Pitchforks and burning. Yeah.
Yeah, like that's us, right? The Simpsons are the mainstream, for the I'm gonna use
Oh,
them
I
as
don't.
a as a
I don't know, man. Those
no
people are
no
crazy with the pitchforks and stuff,
no
man.
no no. Hear me out. I'm just saying. Right, we're raging against them, and I mean you can obviously paint it however you want to bloody well paint it. All I'm getting at is we're in a position of such strength that we've just been slowly, silently grinding our axes, sharpening our swords, keeping our minds sharp, tongue sharp, all that stuff,
Hmm.
right? And slowly but surely, like right now. As much as like I'm looking at the server, I'm like, bro, it's just slow. I was talking to like a couple of
Yeah.
people messaging people. I'm like, bro, what's going on?
Well,
With
listen.
the same breath, I'm thinking, hold on one second though. I'm thinking like, is this the calm before the storm? What's about to happen? I don't know.
Mhm.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I don't know about that. Maybe, but the deal is the show must go on. So truth isn't much of a show.
Mm,
Once somebody comes to realize the truth of something, it becomes a lot less fantastic, right?
damn
There's
straight.
not a lot of there's not a lot of imagination left to be had. You're like, well, fuck, I know the fact now, and here we go, and now I can actually just move on in my life. The
Mm,
problem is that's not Hollywood. That doesn't sell tickets. What sells
yep.
tickets is bullying and making fun of people that other people perceive as stupid. That is always going to sell the tickets. I heard somebody the other day say, I know some people who, even if uh, Donald Trump, Barack Obama, all the world leaders, all the doctors and scientists, everybody came out and just started screaming, well, actually, the Earth is flat and has been flat the whole time, and here's all the reasons why, and here's the evidence, and
Hmm.
blah, blah, blah. I literally heard people say that they would still believe it's a globe after something like that.
Yes, sir.
It's like, well, okay, then you're lost completely.
Yep.
And now we know that the show must go on is way more important than the truth.
Yep. That's exactly it. I listened to a random channel today and just this guy was just beating on this dude. I felt it was a flat earther just beating on this glober. And he called him every single name of the book, and I'm like, I can't listen to this anymore, man. It was bad. Like you talk about like people getting beat. And as you say, right, sensationalizing the truth. Yeah, I don't. I think maybe that's what it's gonna get to. I don't know, man. But yeah, you make a very good point in the standpoint that you find out the truth. You're like, okay, bye, see you later.
Exactly.
Okay.
It's like it's like I don't I'll tell people coming to the truth, just this one truth, right? Earth measuring flat. I'll say that it's been liberating for me. It's helped me in my thought processes and such. I'm going to be honest. Some people will not give a shit or a flying fuck, but they're still able to believe. Or not sorry, gosh, believe. They're able to understand that they've been believing a lie, but it won't affect them one way or another. They'll be like, "Yeah, oh, crazy. Yeah, space is fake. I kind of had a feeling. Okay, well, anyway, I'll talk to you later." That kind of thing.
Yeah,
Um,
exactly.
and that's a lot of people out there, by the way.
Yeah.
Um, and we don't hear from those people. They aren't talked about much. But to me, those are some of the most important folks because they they immediately were like, "Oh yeah, that actually makes total sense." And then they just went about their day. They didn't have to sit and go, "Wait, but my teacher told me." They just didn't have to fucking do that. And that's to me, that thought process is very valuable.
Mhm. Well stated. The realization it's not really much of a paradigm shift. So you're like, meh.
Well, yeah, the paradigm shift can happen if one chooses to have the paradigm shift happen. If one wants to say, "Wow, these implications here are crazy. Let me go down all these rabbit holes that I never went down before," and that kind of thing. If you want to do it, you can. Other people, like I said, other people aren't interested in doing that. But they are so honest with themselves and others that they're not going to sit and continue to lie to themselves and others about something. They're just like, "Yeah, okay, well, makes sense." Yeah, I don't feel like we're spinning, so it would make sense that we're not. This kind of deal.
Mm,
Anyway, yep, that's
I
that.
hear that. That's a wrap. So I took in, I mean, this is completely a sidebar for a moment, but I took in some of your, a production piece of yours on SoundCloud.
Oh,
So,
cool. Thank you.
what do you monkey around there with, big guy? What's going on over there?
I make I just make that shit for fun on Pro Tools. Um,
Love it.
yeah, I've got a degree in audio engineering and music production.
Shut the front door in the face and don't let
Yeah,
the knob hit you where the
well,
good Lord split you. Keep going.
yeah, but don't let it sound too much of like, oh my god, like it's trust me,
No, it's
dude.
awesome, dude.
Having Well, it's a lot of work and it was a lot of fun, but having a degree in audio engineering and music production, nobody cares. Nobody's going to hire you because you have that. Let me just say, nobody cares.
Yeah, but here's the way I look at it though. You have a degree in engineering stuff.
That's
And
true.
when you have a degree in engineering stuff, that tells me you know how stuff goes together and how stuff like works.
Yeah.
Right? Because there's gears to engineering. Always. There's always how do I phrase this? There's always proof in the pudding with engineering.
Hmm.
You
Yeah, there's
can't
a
mess
certain
with
kind of
that.
mind. You have to have a
Yeah.
certain kind of mind and a certain kind of understanding of things in general to be able to engineer properly and get it right most of the time.
And and y'all have a code. All engineers have a code of ethics, and I can
Yes, we
call
do.
you out on it whenever I want to. Pilots have it, engineers have it, surveyors have it. If they can sign your passport, they have a code of ethics, and you can call them out on it whenever you want to.
Yeah,
It's like a feel good card. Done it a few times. I'll look
I
at
hear
somebody
you.
like your code of ethics exists within confines of this conversation. You do know this, right? And they're like yes. Like one time I had an engineer throw me a ridge beam, and it was this really weird design for a garage. So the ridge beam is like that top member that the rafters
Yep.
get nailed into.
Hmm.
And like, no, this is undersized. This doesn't make any sense. And like went up, looked him up in the PEO in the list of engineers. Come to find out that he's like apparently an aeronautical engineer or something. Like, yeah, totally way out of you're out of pocket. Because the thing is, any engineer, I mean, this is within the province that I work in, Ontario, any engineer can design a beam The thing is, they have to be competent in the field that they're working within, and if they're not competent within the field that they're working in, bruh, it's not a good look.
Yeah. Yep. I agree totally. Yeah, oh, and audio engineering isn't as hard as many other things, but it's if see the reason I got into it is because I had a passion, so that's why I was quote unquote good at it. Um, I tried so many other things that I was good at but didn't have a passion for, and look, I'm not doing those things anymore. So it's that kind of deal.
Beats, rhymes, and life. Tell me about it.
Beats, Rhymes, and Life is a Tribe Called Quest record.
It's an album. It's the truth.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
But I'm saying the analogy of beats, rhymes, and life as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's
Mm-hmm.
deep, guy, deeper than the ocean, which is in a container. Because
Yeah, sea levels level everywhere. I like someone recently said
level.
that. It's the same. It's so like, how do we get things to universal level, right? Well, we go to sea level. Well, does sea level change anywhere? No. Okay, so what does that tell you? Just think about it. Take a wine glass, fill it up with something, and then drop a rock in there. Okay? Everywhere around the rock is the top of that liquid, which is flat and level.
Mm-hmm.
The rock has all kinds of stuff on it. Maybe little flat spots, definitely some curved spots, rounded spots, all kinds of stuff happening on the rock within the water. But the puddle itself, flat.
What?
So that's how I like to visualize it.
You know what's crazy?
I do. Tell me.
Hanging a TV in your living room, it's the same stuff.
Right.
No
Well,
matter
and
no matter if you're in
if you try
go
to
ahead.
keep it that simple for the Globies, they'll
Bro.
make fun of you
You might blow
for
a
saying
fuse.
it's. They'll say, "Oh, it's not that simple.
It's not that simple.
Lining up a TV is not the same thing as measuring the Earth." And it's like, well, yeah, but guess what? It's the same idea.
You've gotta
Okay,
account for spin. Don't
level, level,
forget
level,
to
level
spin.
everywhere. Oh yeah, right. And, well, hey, it's good. It's good to hear your voice, Kiwi. I got to get back to doing some stuff, but
Later,
I love you.
homie. Always a
Love you,
pleasure,
brother.
guy. Talk
I'll
to you
be
soon,
back.
man.
I'll be back and forth all day. So,
All right, we'll talk soon. Peace.
all right.
Level, perpendicular to down. Think about it.
We got two bot accounts, Will and Batman. What's going on? Where is everybody?
But wow, quiet in here. Holy mackerel! What are we gonna do about that?
I don't know. You'll probably play the guitar or something.
Well, I was on the other server, but there's a Glober on there that was so fucking obnoxious. But I don't have any mute skills. This one, so I have to try to be as like just try to talk through it because I can't shut him up when he just interrupts nonstop. Man, some Globers with no proof, hilarious, hilarious.
What do you mean
I
by
should.
the other server, Gems?
Uh, what is it? Um, uh, Asylum. I shouldn't mention. I don't know. I broke ranks or whatever. So I got my old little studio. I set it up the way I wanted to a year ago and never really finished it. Now I got it all set up here with my screen on the wall and my Kenwood playing the music. And yeah,
I think you'll get a laugh out of the meme that I left up there.
let me see.
It's a while ago now already. 20 minutes ago.
Is it after Kiwi's Mars thing?
It's the last thing.
Oh, pretty sure he's in the area. Wait a minute. I just got to remember to look at the screen.
Yeah, you might have to zoom in a little bit. It's kind of blurry too.
Well, uh, oh man, man, my eyes are bad. You need new glasses? Nope, probably not. Probably just my eyes. My right eye is losing function. Gotta not miss any more nights of sleep.
So the thing is with this meme, like I forget which store it is that does this with the bears, but I've done this before. I've set up the bears similar. Like I'm
That's
wondering if
hilarious.
it'd be hilarious if somebody took a picture of my work and then made a meme out of it.
Platypus comes in and says, wrong Discord. Oh, okay. Yeah, I made that mistake too. I made the mistake of going on the Jam Pandas. What a mistake.
Yeah, I was like a member there, but I never spoke anything or hung out even in the chat. Like I did like I think for like 5 minutes one time, went into their VC and just listened and then
Yeah.
left. Like
I got muted every single time I ever spoke in there. So I'm like, okay. I wonder if I punched myself in the eye in my sleep. Gee, I hope not.
Has it happened before? I've
No,
never punched.
I don't think so. I'm just joking.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if I've ever punched myself while sleeping. I think I kicked my dog while sleeping.
Slept. I think I might have. You could sleep on it. I might have slept on it, but it feels kind of sore. Oh shit. Go see the eye doctor, I guess.
Chocolate saying thinks he can rap about the earth, producing epic content like Jeranism and Dearth. Well, he never saw crypto entering the fray, the best white rapper since Eric Dubay. Now I haven't rapped for long, so I don't want to boast, but my rhymes are better than the view at the coast. And right now I'm dropping some pretty sick bars, and I can't help notice that we see too far. In crypto trading we have different kind of bars, they exist on your screen just like terraform on Mars. You can't really go there, it's just a visage. It's not a real place and it's not a mirage. Anyway, let's get back to the plane. Unlike platypus, I'm bringing the pain. Earth is flat and it does not move. Anything else and you'd have to prove. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, horizon is where the earth meets the sky. Always rises with you no matter how high. Troll questions asking, well, do you ever fly? Not high enough for the grass on night. Those clown shows running interference. Not even once do they make any sense. While Neil says, guys, that stuff is flat. Bill says the boats disappear over that. Well, it's time to get your story straight. Just like the flat horizon that we observe. You still think that you live on a sphere? You must have a vacuum between your ears. But that can't be true because you live in nature. And vacuums don't form without a container. Which brings me back to what I've learned. Research a flat unmoving earth. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Now I don't like to be rude and I don't like to slander, so I'll keep it short just like I'm Gem Panda. The earth is a flat, stationary plane. No reification is worth the same. They tell you Coriolis is earth-based, but that bullshit just leaves a fake taste. The sea somehow has mass appeal, but not a single evidence showing it's real. The ball is cracked for all the nations. They're still stuck on the globe plantation. Got them invoking correlation, or even worse, I am the citation. Now luckily for you, that's it from me. I'm going back to join the FB party. If mainstream consensus has got you bored, join Flat Earth 24/7 Discord 2.0. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more.
There we go. Yeah, that's a good one. I mean, most Flat Earth songs are like rap or rap covers, and it's like I do. I'm more of a rocker, so I like that one.
Yeah, maybe it inspires me to write something. Now that I'm getting my place all set up, I think I'll be more inspired to have everything set up and like just listening to songs like that on a really good system, man, it makes so much difference. It's amazing.
Yeah, I got a I forget. It's a 500 watt or I think they said it's 1,000 watt with the sub. So there's 500 watts to the sub, then 500 watts to the other 5 speakers on my computer here. So I got like a Logitech surround sound system 5.1. So it's 1,000 watts total.
That's pretty wild. I bet that's pretty decent.
It's
Jeez, I bet that takes your place, huh?
That's a beast, Lou.
Yeah.
1K system.
Yeah, in like a 10 by 10 room.
My neighbors would go nuts.
I live in the country. Got a old farmhouse here that I live in.
Oh, nice, man.
Wow, that's really cool. Yeah, I'm gonna smoke a big hooter right now.
My main gripe with a lot of Flat Earth music, well, from certain people, is that it's too contextual. Like, it's really good for us because we know it, all the puns and the segues, but just going down the street, people be like, "Who the heck is it? Who's John Panda?"
Yeah.
And why is he short? Yeah, I was thinking that they cram a lot of info, a lot of kind of argument points into the songs. Like a lot of songs are quite simple, aren't they? Like normal songs. So you could do them that are a bit simpler.
I like that. There's a couple like my song. I mean, was written by our Air Miston is how he says it, but the one that I did. But I like how that one is kind of a it's calling out like or shouting out people from ours. Like so it's more personal. And then like with what Crypto did there, kind of the same thing where he's doing it like kind of like a diss track a little bit and shouting out people. Like I think that's needed. It's personal to like our server or the people that we debate with and stuff like that, right? Instead of like just being, or I don't know, there's certain things that.
Any silver above want to go help Flat Earth Dude and the VC check-in? Any silver above and VC check-in one that wants to go help? I had to check myself and be like, why don't I want to go and help? Flatty goes in. Flatty's gone in. No, that's cool. Right on. How are you today, AI?
Well, I bought some sushi.
Oh, that's great. I haven't had any in quite a long time. What's that?
That makes me happy. It was very hot today.
Yeah.
Over here.
I stayed inside today. I needed some rest. Even though I don't think I need rest, I need rest. I have to force myself to rest. I slept pretty good.
That's good to hear.
I got up and was really super productive, cleaned up, like sweep and mop and pick up the carpets, move everything around, clean behind the amplifiers and speakers, make everything orderly, put everything in its place. It's getting there. It's getting there.
Man, I dropped my truck off to get the AC fixed, and then the guys called me and they're like, "Oh, our AC machine broke. You can't fix it. It's like 95 degrees. Sucks, but whatever." I'm done eating the sushi. I'm gonna check my cabin air filter. Maybe that's what's stopping it.
So, how much longer are people going to put up with everything in the world being obviously fake?
That's a good question. That sure covers a lot of different areas.
Yeah, it does. No, but I mean, it's that blatant and in your face. Like how much longer can this go on?
I know. I think it's about I don't know. Honestly, we don't have any idea of us that are in like this community of what our numbers actually are. That's been the biggest secret held back. So I think it's going to reach a point.
There's a no, yeah, we're the balance is tipping. Like
Yeah,
and I kind of feel like you know how like the government acts like they're trying to push everybody to the left by pushing all this shit? They're not that stupid. They
Yeah.
have to know what they're doing. And like
Yeah. Yeah, I think so.
They're purposely pushing people to the right is what they're doing.
Mm-hmm. That's what it seems like.
Well, it's just called the Overton window.
The Overton.
So you just imagine, basically it's like this. So you have the Hegelian dialectic, right? Problem, reaction, solution.
Yeah.
Then you've got the synthesis, which I don't know what it's called, but it's something similar. It has a name, but it's basically thesis, antithesis, synthesis, right? Then you have the Overton window, and each one of these things is like imagine a ping pong paddle or a wall that you're bouncing a ball off of, right? When it goes to the left, it hits a wall, and then when it goes back to the right, it hits a wall. But you can shift where that wall is. So you think you're going back towards freedom, but really you're so far from freedom what it previously was. So the boundary.
Well, yeah, two steps.
Wiggle.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Like you're saying, yeah, they push a couple of steps one way, and then you push back, and the whole time the balance is shifting, but you think you're getting wins and whatever else. Yeah, there's a lot of that going on too, but it's. I'm just saying everything is just at this. They've done that for forever. You know what you're talking about. What we're seeing is so blatant, comical, in your face, obviously a ruse. Like, and people are waking up to that. Like, what is the purpose of that? Why are they making it so obvious?
Yeah, I don't know. It's like they're putting all these narcissists, like the worst people, as the PR in every organization, it seems. Like they seem to be the most narcissist person that they could possibly find. Like they're out there looking for the most narcissist person to apply for their position. Like, what is the purpose of that? Like that all these heads of any kind of organization, from your CVS store to whatever, like banks or.
Well, people are getting out and they're putting puppets in their place, right? A lot of people like making in high positions. Let's say CEOs and politicians have been resigning for the last couple of years. Like, they're getting out.
Thousands of top executives quitting, fired, or dying in the last 3 years. That's funny. That's very coincidental, isn't it? What is up with that?
Well, when the people revolt, why be the public leader? Think about it. It's better to have patsies
Yep.
get massacred, and then you can just resume control after the bloodbath.
Yeah. That's what
I know they've made their money. They're out. They're going into retirement. You know, like they're like, no, I made my shady deals. I'm already set. You know, and my part's done. You know, they don't plan to come back. Everything's going to be flipped upside. Like things already seem flipped upside down. No, they're about to flip all the tables. All the tables are getting tossed.
Yeah, and then so how much longer will it take for a lot of these phony institutions, organizations, or whatever they are, just fold due to lack of participation? Yeah. I mean, maybe some of these huge companies they're too big to fail, right? But that's fine. They're already being subsidized. Otherwise, it couldn't possibly survive in this environment. So, like, they just showed their whole face. Like that's like showing your whole cards in a poker game. Showed their whole hand by saying we're subsidizing that. None of this business is real, including the government. None of it's real from the top down. None of it's real.
I guess I'm kind of just thinking out loud because I'll answer my own question then. Like, how much longer could it go? And as I already said, they're not stupid and incompetent like they want us to believe they are. You know, they're all doing their job. They're getting their shit done. It's working pretty well. Yeah, they're
That they just don't care anymore. Maybe that's definitely a possibility. Like, I mean, if I were them, why would they care? Like, they got all the fucking power, they got all the money, they own everything. So
it's gonna have to be like what I was getting at is how much longer are people gonna put up with this fake reality? They're gonna have to. They're gonna have to back off. Things are gonna have to settle down. Things are gonna have to start to seem more normal. And if they can give people some kind of trinket or a metaverse or something to get distracted by, like then maybe they can push that off. You know what I mean? Like, but otherwise, like people are waking up. People like to things being fake. Like, and they'll forget quick. We have short memories in this country, especially like. But right now, a lot of people are starting to get mad, and they want that too. Like they're just all the stuff that's happening is actually their goal. I'm hearing a lot of clearly a lot of people that were already on the right that separated themselves from us. They're starting to kind of talk about a lot of the stuff that only we talked about. They're getting really conspiratorial and like. They're clearly using us as sources on that. I don't know.
And you almost have to be now because, what happened in the geopolitical scene. It's like either you're blind or you're conspiratorial. Those are the only options, really.
It's going to be a really great idea. So there's not a lot of Trump rallies where I live because I live in a Democrat state, but I would love to in the next election go to a Trump rally with a big sign that says something like the earth is flat and stationary, Trump 2024, except for the Space Force, in parentheses.
What? Why do that?
Nobody's going to get it, dude. Like, I get it, but like nobody's going to get it. We need to work on your humor, Orion. I like you, dude. I know sometimes you get mad at me, and you're going to get mad at me now, but we got to work on your humor.
That wasn't humor, Lou. So we got to work on your humor.
No, that was humor. That's his idea of humor.
No, that was dry down
Yeah,
next to the
but
matter.
AI
Absolutely
AI
not
is
intended to be funny.
AI is absolutely correct because there is a humor transmission and then there's the humor receiving unit. So you have to be careful. You're
I don't
checking
know
the right
though.
side of.
Which, yeah. So on a scale of 1 to 10, which was more offensive? Me saying he absolutely was intending it not to be humor, meaning that I took it as being a dry data, or Lou saying, "Oh, that's
Let's
humor."
just
Either way,
ask Orion. Ask Orion if it was meant to
either
be
way.
funny. Was it meant to be funny, Orion?
Dual purpose, man. It was meant to be funny,
Oh,
but
no, he's
also
all
meant
about.
to wake. No,
Wait a minute.
it was
Get the bag off. Get the bag off your
Are you
head. I can't.
currently being assassinated by a pillow?
I know what happened.
Yes.
He's being waterboarded.
Holy shit! I think he was being serious. I'll put my bed in now.
Well, he's being serious, but the way that he wants to do the sign, it's meant to be funny, but it's not really. People are going to be confused by the sign.
He is from Portlandia, so I would see that serious funny thing. That could be.
Yeah.
So the first thing I was thinking would be few people would get it, but some people might get it, and then they'd wake up. But then the other dual purpose, the secondary purpose, was to be funny. So to wake people up and be funny.
That's what I thought. I mean, but it's just it doesn't hit hard enough. Like if you want to do it for like I don't know, you kind of got to slap people with humor if you want to grab their attention. Like that's something that people are going to be more confused. They're going to be like, I was looking at your sign and it's like, what does that mean? You'd be like, oh, like that's great. Like you came to ask, and that's fine too. That works. But
keep in mind, I would still have these flat Earth Discord cards that are I have hundreds of. I'd be handing those out throughout the crowd.
Oh my gosh, Lunatic almost does a better Portlandia voice than the actual Aboriginal Portlandian.
I did a Portlandia voice. I was looking at your sign.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, for sure. Did you see the traffic in the valley? Oh my god. What the fuck? Smack that bitch in the face. Oh, sorry. Was I still unmuted? Anyway, it's a long day living in the valley with a freeway going through the yard. Last chance for Mary Jane, one last time to kill the pain. There we go.
One other thing back when I was talking about pushing people to the right, like it's very odd that the Supreme Court made that change on Roe Wade, right? That's very strange. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. Like I agree with it, but like why now? Like why?
I would say it's to infuriate the left. Like why else would they do it? They're trying to make them.
No, it's there's a shift to the right that's going on. They're trying to push people to the right, and then they're making right decisions even in the Supreme Court. Like, why would they suddenly now like have a conscience and morals? Like they don't. The left doesn't, but they're using them as a tool to push your average person and your voter, your middle America person even farther to the right.
Maybe they got pushed back. Maybe they got pushed back, and that's why they're going back. So maybe there is some pushback.
I mean, there's plenty of people in the cities too who are like, they don't want to see their city burn. They don't, and they're like, they recognize it's the left that's doing this.
Exactly.
You know, they're pushing people to the right, and it's intentional. It's very strange. I'm trying to figure out what that could mean. Like, why? Oh, it's too bad I just talked. All right, dude. Like, so like the MAGA hat too, like Trump. You know, that was a way to rally up political support for people who were probably discouraged voters before. You know, didn't really want to participate anymore. But they got a bunch of people on board to rally behind Trump, and they got the whole right to rally behind him, and they got this big movement going on the right with that. So that fits in with what I was talking about. And then you've also got shit. I said something else too, but I was on mute. And I thought they were both excellent points. Oh yeah, you heard the Roe Wade. You got the Trump thing. You got the Biden, and then Biden, your commander in chief, is so obviously incompetent. See, that's where it is. Where I was saying, like, they make you think that the whole government is incompetent because they have an incompetent leader. But the leader doesn't do shit. He's just a puppet, and he's just there to freaking give a bad image to the whole fucking left, the whole party. That's why he's there. That's his job. That's not an accident. All of this stuff is intentional, and they're intentionally moving everybody to the far right. So I just want to know, again, why are they doing that? If anybody has speculation or anything like that, I'd love to hear it.
Right these days more so than the left for peace in the Middle East as opposed to war. Because I mean, it seems to me like, you know, like Trump was trying to withdraw some troops, but it was kind of hard to say if he even really wanted to or not, or if they're stopping him.
I what you're saying, but you're having a little bit. Your mic, just the quality is not great. I don't. It's better than when you were completely in the pillow, but it's not perfect either.
But I'm just saying, like, as long as you know, foreign policy, their military, as long as that goes the Ron Paul direction and not the George W. Bush direction, I'm all for, you know, the right getting more popular and more powerful. As long as we don't invade any countries and drop bombs where we shouldn't.
It sounds good, but you know, I'm talking about, like, I want speculation on the ulterior motive. Like, what's the reason? Like, what? Because this is uncharacteristic of them.
Yeah, I see what you're getting at, and I don't know what it would be.
Yeah, I mean, ponder on it a little bit. Get back to me, because like it's it's kind of like what I've been thinking about and getting to for a while. I just finally phrased it. Like, what is my question? Like, this is it. So I give you the backup, what I'm talking about. I think you see the pattern. So, like, why are they doing this? It's not accidental. They're not that incompetent.
I have a thought. Maybe, well, I mean, I guess they're always trying to do this with the Rhino Republicans. You may be familiar with the term Rhino, which means Republican in name only. And so it's basically a Republican that may behave like a Democrat, or certainly not, at least the way their voters. Whether they behave like a Democrat or not, the point is you'd call them a Rhino if they're. It would make sense to call them that as long as they're simply clearly not doing what their voters would want them to do.
Oh, I like that. No, that's a pretty good point. I've heard that before, actually. It just, like, one time, like, I've only read something about the Rhino thing. Yeah, that's a valid point. So perhaps they're making it like somebody else said, or maybe that was you. They're making it seem like we're moving to the right while we're actually slowly, very slowly moving to the left. Even the right is acting more leftist. They're with due to scams and so on, and things that
Yeah, and that means that as a community or a society, you can experience generational freedoms that seem to you to be amazing, but really you're more enslaved than a few generations ago, even though you think, oh wow, I'm so more free than I was last year.
I want more though. I want more though. There's got to be more.
Well, at least one point that Crit was hammering hard a little while ago, which I do keep this in the back of my mind as I would cautiously move forward politically, is that he was actually kind of happy that we have Joe Biden instead of
until now. You roboted until now.
Oh well, the point that Kurt was trying to make is that if you have a Republican as president, it's easier to slyly pass gun control laws and have the people accept it. But if there's a Democrat in office and they pass like gun control laws or try to take the guns, or I guess it's all boiled down to not gun control laws, but actually gun confiscation, take the guns. So basically, what he was trying to say is, if you had a Republican that was corrupt, they might be successful in taking the guns, quote unquote. But if you have a Democrat that's corrupt and they try to take the guns, quote unquote, then there'd be more of a rebellion against them. Is the point?
Well, if it was about the guns, like we've had kind of a hiatus where they haven't really made a huge push. Up until recently, there was the one, and I think they almost had to do that for austerity. It's been too long. We have to do another thing, or maybe some of them are natural too. Maybe some of them are real, but this last one didn't seem real actually. If you look into it, but it's been a while, and again, it happened under a Democrat. None of them happened during Trump. Like no big ones as far as I remember. If somebody can correct me on that, I don't know. But yeah, they've even let up in recent years on the whole like gun thing, which is
actually no. I've kind of heard things to the contrary. So when I listen to like Monica Perez, I mean, she's Glober, but pretty damn sharp as far as Globers go. I think the sharpest, as far as I know of. She's basically letting people know that the gun control laws or the gun control restrictions that they're at least trying to put into place have to do with resistance grade weaponry, especially the prop have to do with resistance grade weaponry, but not personal regular defense weaponry. So what she's saying, she's right.
You're getting out of your range.
You're trying to your rifles, not your pistols, because so it's like an army is marching down the street, and Yeah. So if an army is marching down the street, it doesn't matter if it's the army of your country or the army of another country, just an army of some kind with rifles, men with rifles are marching down the street. And they, try to terrorize you or whatever. If you try to resist with a pistol, not a rifle, but just a pistol, then that's a target justification weaponry. Meaning you're not really going to go up against a bunch of men with rifles with a pistol and be successful, but you're going to give them plausible reason to shoot you because you have the pistol and you're trying to use it against them. So they're trying to let us keep our pistols, but take our rifles.
Yeah, I mean, you're not gonna fight off any kind of like real army or squad or anything with just pistols. So they might.
Yeah, but keep in mind that's part of their strategy. Lou, keep in mind that's part of their dirty strategy. They actually want us to keep our pistols so that when in the future, if the day ever comes that one army or another army of some kind is marching down the street, you'll pull out your pistol because that's all you got left and try to use it against them and be like, oh, okay, well let's just get rid of this guy. Because then they have a reason, they have a quote unquote reason to get rid of you.
Dude, they're so patient. It might just be like, fine, we're only going to take these, but then in a few more years they say we're taking your pistols too, and people just hand them over.
Yeah, but still, though, I think they'd want my scenario to play out because then they have a quote unquote.
I don't think they do. I think they're trying to avoid that at all costs. I think they're trying to slowly pacify, weaken, and change the people to convince them to just hand their shit over, or at the very end, there's this very small group of people left that they can isolate, tag, blah blah blah. You know what I mean? Like at some point, sure, they're gonna come after the resistors, but they're gonna be in tiny little groups in the middle of nowhere and easy to get.
Well, yeah. Let me put it this way: any serf that isn't a very good serf, they would want to get rid of those serfs and keep the serfs that are good serfs.
They don't want a lot of bloodshed. Any of that looks bad. If so and so says, "Do you know what they did to my brother-in-law?" Or my sister or whatever. That's how all of a sudden people are like, "What?" I'm getting my gun. They don't want that. No, they're gonna just a little at a time, very slowly.
Well, yeah, but wait. If they get to that point where they're like, "Oh yeah, well, I'm getting my gun." Well, if your gun is a pistol and you're going up against people with rifles.
Yeah, but I don't think it's even going to come to that. I really don't. I don't think. I mean, as long as there's the threat of us really coming with, even with a force of pistols, they're going to be like, nah, we got 5 more years.
I don't understand why the other states in the United States aren't more like Oregon and Utah as far as weapons go.
Well, you got a lot of you have a ton of open land where you are. Like in those, like there's a ton of open land. Things as you get farther east, like especially when you get to the East Coast, things are much closer together. A city block is smaller. Like there's out west, and especially in that northwest, kind of like where you're talking about, things are very far apart.
It's funny though, because I'm pretty sure I'm using this word correctly. We have very liberal gun laws here in Oregon, and liberal, again, using that word correctly, it just basically means live and let live for the most part. Like don't just stay within the proper rules, but basically liberal. Another example of liberal in regards to alcohol.
I know what you mean about the word liberal. Like you could don't I don't drink liberally. You know what I mean? One of those.
Yeah, one law that we have here that's not liberal locally is you're not allowed to buy alcohol between midnight and 6 a.m. And I'm not even necessarily against that. Who knows? Maybe that does cut down drinking and driving. But the point is, that's not a liberal law. If we didn't have that law, we would be a little more liberal.
Well, yeah, liberal meaning you're more free to do as you want. Like you're, and unfortunately, yeah, when we talk about liberals, it's completely different than that.
Some things I liked about the Northwest. I lived up in Washington State for 4 years, bought a house up there back in the 90s. I could roll my little van just outside the city limit, which you're like basically in the forest. But set up a little roadside. I could set up a stand. I sold like Mexican clothing. I have my own little shop. I make good money on the weekends. I had a full-time job at the torpedo shop. We'll just call it that.
Yes, I do. Like a black market and weapon salesman, huh?
Yeah, black market, right, for the Department of Defense. You're right. Bing, ding, ding. Oh, man. Funny stuff. That was good, though. I didn't mind the liquor being like that, Orion, up there. It was fine with me. I mean, back then, there's not much to do up there. I drank a lot with my buddy and played music. So we just got what we needed before. But I wouldn't even care about that now. Just a little for medicinal purposes doesn't hurt.
So, Orion, though, when you were talking about the way that the laws are around there, like I'm not sure of Utah's laws, or but like I would assume that Utah it has open carry and stand your ground laws and stuff like that in place, correct?
I'm not entirely sure about the stand your ground, but open carry certainly here and there.
Yeah, no, but stand your ground meaning like if somebody's threatening you, your livelihood, or your land, like you can defend yourself. You get to like.
Well, I would strongly assume so, but I don't know so. I do know that just in a general sense. So there's a lot of different.
I mean, we have it in fucking Wisconsin that like Madison is super liberal. And Milwaukee and Madison, both super liberal. Half the time they win the state. We're kind of like, we're considered in the votes, one of those swing states. It could go one way or the other. But yeah, we have conceal and carry, open carry, stand your ground, all that stuff. Like I would assume Utah does too.
Well, I'll be a little more specific, just because there's some things I know a little bit better than others. When I was taking the class to get my own concealed handgun license here in Oregon, the guy instructing the class was telling us about the various different laws in different states. He was telling us about some self-defense laws, but it was years ago that I took the class, and I just remember more so the laws in regards to what weapons you're allowed to own in what places. And that's, I think, primarily how they were ranking them. Because he actually had a ranking system on the states. He was showing us where you are the most free with your guns and the ones where you're lesser so free. And basically, Utah's number 1, Oregon's number 2, and then Texas and 2 other states were number 3. And that's just in regards to not how you use these weapons, but just in regards to what you're allowed to own and where you're allowed to carry it in totality. And mostly just involves with what you're allowed to own. So like here in Oregon, you're allowed to own grenade launchers. I'm not sure if you're allowed to own rocket launchers here. You might be able to, but I think not. But I'm not sure about that. Maybe if you have a Class 3 license, probably you can own a rocket launcher here. But I'm pretty sure in Utah you certainly can.
Yeah, all you need is a concealed hand gun license.
Well,
so basically, you can have any gun you want as long as you wear a glove.
No.
Check for rocket launchers in your area.
Yeah, but keep in mind, people might think it's crazy to let regular civilians, to own rocket launchers. But keep in mind, you would have to match an army if you were attacked by an army.
Yeah,
otherwise you would be defenseless.
They love to pretend like no. What are you gonna do against the United States? Like, are you serious? Like, no, yeah, we're fucking serious. Like, but that's why it's written. They're like, we know, but we want to get rid of that part. Like, we know. Because you're never gonna do it. Because
all you'll be is just a little fly, like a little mosquito annoyance somewhere. Yeah. Anymore, they wouldn't even have wouldn't necessarily have the operators even know what they're actually attacking. They could just think it's a drill. Easily. Look, they could do that in real life. They could do that shit in real life in 2001. So why couldn't they do it?
Just remember, there's no reason to be afraid of freedom.
Oh man.
I'll say this again. I don't know, just a little bragging rights. So my godfather was one of the most wanted men after the Bundy ranch thing.
What? Yeah. He was involved in the Bundy Ranch?
He was one of the major players there at Bundy Ranch, yeah.
What? You said that's a relative of yours?
He's my godfather. He's not by blood or anything. He was my godfather.
That's that's a small world. A small, flat world.
So I took out my AC unit on my things.
How was that?
I definitely have a tree growing in there.
Oh, a tree growing in the unit, huh?
Yeah, dude. Like you're driving along and a lot of debris and seeds get sucked up into your air conditioner, into the filter. And then they just start sprouting roots, man.
Trippy.
Weird.
I've had sprouts disappear. That was a weird topic to bring up, Sonny. Okay. Well. Stop. It's okay to stop mid-sentence if you're about to say something kind of dumb.
So, Ryan, are you moving somewhere and you're concerned about the self-defense laws? Is that why the conversation was brought up regarding guns and self-defense?
Oh, no. We were originally talking, it somehow stemmed from us talking about Republicans and them changing gun laws.
Gotcha. Okay. But if any of you are concealed carry holders or own firearms in your household, the largest piece of advice that my friends that owned a gun shop and do concealed classes, the biggest piece of advice they give to anybody is, if you do have to discharge your weapon in self-defense and law enforcement shows up, just let them know that you were in fear for your life and that you'd like to speak to a lawyer. Don't say anything else.
Also, don't shoot to wound. Make sure that motherfucker's dead before the cops get there.
Yeah, the funny thing about that is that the guy teaching the class for my concealed weapons permit, he said what Lou just said. He actually said that to us. Yeah, make sure the guy's dead, otherwise you might go to prison.
Yep.
Say they don't want to get dead, they shouldn't try to come in.
And just
dead men tell no tales. Okay, so that's that story right there.
But there's a reason law enforcement says that anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. So just let them know that you are in fear for your life. So that's all that's on their police report. And then speak with your lawyer.
Period. End of statement.
Don't forget, according to liberal theology, you can always blame the gun. Right? The gun told me. I couldn't resist.
Yeah, no, the thief was trying to steal the gun. He shot himself in the head accidentally, and then you
That's
showed
right.
up and was like, "Oh my god!"
Oh yeah. Or
The
another
gun
good
was
one is
talking to the gun was talking to him.
well, another good one is you say, okay, so he was robbing me, and I kind of talked to him about his choices in life, and does he really want to be where he is? And rather than deciding to turn his life around, he just got really guilty and just offed himself.
It's not the gun's fault that it identified as a gun.
Exactly.
Don't ever try to pull that one, because if you did pull the trigger, you're gonna have gunpowder all over your residue all over you, and they're gonna test you for that. So you get caught lying, and all of a sudden you're going for murder. So, yeah, don't do that one.
I was in fear for my life.
But don't forget, if you dunk yourself in acid, you won't have any gunpowder residue.
Well, that's one way to solve a problem.
Yes, but you will be like horrifically scarred for life.
That would be horrible.
Sir, would you like to explain your acid burns all over your right arm?
How did that happen?
He was trying to kill me with acid, dude, so I shot him.
I slipped.
No, he thought I was identifying as a woman. He was one of those guys that likes to throw acid at women for being liberated. So really, this is all about sexism. Who's that famous chick liberal? Gets people off of crimes.
Yeah, what's her name? Gloria. All red. Gloria Allred.
Yeah, there you go.
The Queen Nazi. Boy. What a weirdo.
Yeah. Yes, but keep in mind that we live in a society now where people are actually positing legal doctrine that would qualify not giving women money as violence. He was being violent to me. Ma'am, how was he being violent? He wouldn't give me $20 so I could buy a pizza.
You know,
Yeah, talk
that whole
about
thing.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. It's not related, but I was gonna say the whole thing going back to like not shooting to wound, you shoot to kill, blah blah blah. That's the best legal advice with our system, blah blah blah. And that's the way they train. That's the way they train cops. That's the way they train you if you go to any classes for carrying a weapon, blah blah blah, conceal and carry, all that. Like, so, I mean, you're not wrong to do it. That's how they've trained you to do it. But I had the thought, because I'm a weirdo, the other day, like let's say I had a shotgun and somebody attacked me, and I was like I was just shooting trap. I was shooting bird shot just for the fucking fun of it, right? Like, and some fucking weirdo came up and started trying to take my gun. I think I would wound him in the right arm and then see if he continues to come after me. And then I would shoot him in the other arm.
And he happens to be left.
Like,
It's too late.
He's like, it's merely a flesh wound.
Exactly. That's what I was thinking, that guy. Black Knight.
Yeah.
There's only one arm. It is a scratch, me lord.
I'll gum you to death. Oh, man.
I mean,
Yeah, so, like, war doctrine.
what would happen to me legally if I fucking shot this guy's arms off? You know, like.
Can I describe something to you guys? I know this is off topic. It's going to change it. It's going to change it a little bit. But listen to this. I want to tell you what I see. Now, this is probably going to dox me a little bit, but I don't care. So there's a mural on the side of a building that I see looking to the south out my window. I'm up on the 8th floor on a major street in downtown San Diego. Anyway, so I'm looking at this, and this mural, it has newspaper, and the newspaper says, America's Finest City International Edition. Then it is. I'll read line by line. America's Finest City in headlines. It has circulation numbers, and then it says Monday, March 27th, 2050. Below that, there's a picture of a face of a man being sculpted on the left side, as if being sculpted granite, and on the right side of the face is color, and there's a hand painting it. On the left side, there's a hand sculpting with a chisel. On the right side, there's a hand that's painting the face on the other side. And the caption of the folded page that's partway open says, San Diego welcomes the new citizens. And this is from 2050, sculpting a new face of man. What do you think about that? That's freaking weird. It's right outside my window. What do you think of that? Literally, it's a face being sculpted and painted, and then all this shit happened 3 years ago. So what the fuck? Well, 5 years ago, actually. 5 years ago, flat Earth, and then I see it, and I'd already been in all these.
Citizen. A citizen is a legal creation.
A legal fiction. Yeah, I gotcha. It's like, yeah, I gotcha.
Okay, so check this out. And a citizen is a legal creation, right? It's not a natural thing.
Yeah.
Right. And so after looking into legal stuff for real world crisis, right? And I came upon the money system and the straw man link back to England, all of that, right? I was really into that. And I'm following these particular guys who were into it,
myself,
right?
also. Yeah.
Then all of a sudden the flat Earth dropped on my lap, and then guess what happened to all of that other stuff? It just spontaneously disappeared.
It dropped away. I know. Me too. For me too, man. That was almost spot on. The way it happened with me. You're right. It didn't mean it went away. Like, it's still there in the background. I know of it, but I don't get it.
But it's much harder to just get to.
Yeah, it really is, man.
The word citizen depends on how it's spelled.
One guy. Yeah, but there's this one guy.
I could take a picture of this.
I can't remember his name. I want to say his first name was Dean. All right. And he was, he had a long history of dealing with this kind of stuff and actually trying to push court issues and go to court and really get it on the record. And the last thing I remember from him is he said, you know what? It's basically you got to do this certain type of court, get in there and get on the record saying I never consented to any of this, that all of this, and this, right? And basically just say the truth. It's like I'm completely innocent of all of this, after you rebut all the presumptions and all this other stuff. And then I never heard about him again. And to be fair, I was distracted. And, my simple mind, being a human that I am, and I'm not capable of entertaining all propositions at once, like my mind was filled with a new distraction, being the flat Earth rabbit trail. I forgot about that stuff. And I figured, you know what, I'll come back to it. Then when I tried to come back to it, not only could I not remember the guy's name, but it's like all of the stuff that was just readily available with easy searches was gone.
Yeah, well, the algorithms changed not too long ago, but the gentleman you're probably talking about is Dean Clifford, and he did go to jail. He might still be in jail, to be honest with you. So that might be why his stuff disappeared.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, now I didn't necessarily succeed in certain ways that people would mark as success by utilizing some of this stuff when I had to go to court for some stuff. But I will tell you, my experience there solidified it for me that there was truth to it, because my experience with them was very unique compared to what I was expecting, based on the indoctrination I've had from media and news and what to expect when it comes to courts.
Yeah,
and all of that.
I'm not trying to downplay
it peeled a Band-Aid off my eyes.
Yeah, no, there's a ton of truth in it. I think Dean just pushed it a little too far and did a few things incorrectly and got caught up.
Okay, I'm trying to set up this little tripod with my monocular on my camera. Let's see if this works.
Just as a test for my audio, can you guys hear that engine right now?
No, but you have been kind of cutting out. So, Sonny, what do you think this portrait is alluding to? What do you think this portrait is alluding to? What's your take?
On the sculpture thing?
Yeah. Yeah.
I think it's welcome the new citizens. So the first question I have is the purpose I bring it up is I'm a citizen here now. What happened to the old citizens? I live here right now. I know that's still a little ways off. Theoretically, I shouldn't still be here then, but I'm sure I will be in 2050. I'm not leaving until I get my 120 years. So that'll take me out fighting and screaming after that. But what do I think it means? I think it's the rebuilding of humanity, like a rebuilding of I think it's a restructuring of mankind. I looked up the information. There's nothing notable I could find. Let me find out what the year is again. That might be more telling.
Do you think that the picture, the portrait being half sculpted and half painted alludes to the new citizens may be a creation of man?
Yeah, like they knew
AI
something.
type
They
shit?
knew something. They knew something like 5, 10 years ago, or however much. This is like some kind of message. Like, oh, let me see. Let me see if I can find it. Um, mural. Oh, yep. Here we go. They're talking about taking it off. Here. It was painted in 1989. Here we go. I'm just gonna post the link. I don't care anymore. Anybody wants to come visit? Got a nice place. Come on over. I see this right outside my window. I have a better view than that. I'll get you a bird's eye view of that. They'll be like, we know right where he is. No, you don't. Mwah. But if you do come over, be prepared to rock your ass off.
I don't know, man. I supplied you guys with good 45 minutes at least of good conversation. Somebody else step up to the plate, hit us with some either flat Earth, well, sorry, somebody hit us with some globe Earth proof, or talk about something really interesting. Let's do this. We're killing the globe Earth lie every day here on 99.2. I don't know. I'm just making up a station.
24.7.
Yeah. Hit us with that globe proof, y'all. If you're listening in. Come on, Napalm. Hit us with some flat earth proof, because I'm not gonna try to make you pose as a dumbass flat earther. Um what's a flat earth proof that you think is not discussed enough?
A flat earth proof that's not discussed enough? I would say probably long distance radio transmissions.
Dang, that's a damn good one. Would you like to elaborate more?
Sure, maybe for a little bit. No, I just find it interesting that there was this belief that the Earth was a globe, and then Marconi comes along and starts doing long distance radio transmissions, and these transmissions couldn't be explained by the geometry of the Earth. So that's when we suddenly discovered that there's something called the ionosphere, allegedly, and that seemed to fix that problem. And it doesn't seem as though anybody's ever questioned it much since once they established this ionosphere. It just accounts for radio transmissions that go further than they should if we lived on a globe Earth. So I think everybody just kind of accepted the explanation because they had already been thoroughly convinced of the shape of the Earth.
A new, what the fuck? All right.
It's a phone, Lou.
No, dude, it's a weird area code, and they called earlier. I don't know. Bye.
Yeah, I get that shit all the time. I also get random text messages of people that are like, hi, or hey, sorry, I missed the plans. Call me back. Just random ass shit to try to bait you into conversation or some shit.
I hung up on it as usual. All right, I'm back.
Yeah, so you could have just ignored it to begin with.
I did the first time. The second time, I'm gonna tell a robot to fuck off and see how it feels. You know, like that's just it.
It now knows that you do answer random phone calls. I just let, dude, if it's anything important, somebody will leave me a message. The way I look at those situations.
Dude, it's more of a pain in the it's way more of a pain in the ass to check the voicemail. Like a voicemail takes forever. I hate voicemail. I would rather fucking just hang up on the person than fucking check the voicemail.
Do you have an iPhone? Like the iPhone basically transcribes voice to text, so you can
No,
read
no,
it.
no. I got a top of line Galaxy, but that's way better for many other reasons. Yeah, I get what you're saying. That's maybe a feature that iPhone has. However,
Or are we gonna have a pissing contest about cell phones now? Is that
no,
what's
no, 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 no. I'm just saying, like, I don't like Apple, and I'm not going to buy Apple products. So that's just
I
that.
gotcha. I gotcha. They are kind of what I call techno fascists. Like they get you bought into the system, and then their shit only works with their shit. But then they come out with a bunch of good shit that all definitely works together, and they get you bought into the whole entire system.
Yeah, if I buy an Apple
Oh
phone,
man, did I make
if
it
I buy
back in
an
time
Apple
to crap
phone, I'm
on
gonna
Apple?
find out. If I buy an Apple phone, I'm gonna find out that I have to buy a fucking iMac now. You know what I mean? I'm gonna like,
You don't
fuck
have
you.
to.
Like, no, no,
You
no,
don't have
no.
to.
They're
You're
just
in the
gonna make
market.
it
Yeah,
so
good.
that life
Cool.
could be so much better if you actually had one.
Yeah, they make all their shit
Oh
seamless
yeah.
and, you know, transfers between all the things. I don't have any of all those things. I just have the cell phone. But
It's not worth it, Lou.
Oh yeah, I
Dude,
played with the
don't
iPod back in the day,
fall
and
for
they
it, bro.
destroyed my music library. And
I
when they
can
did
tell
that,
you.
when
I'm with you.
when Apple destroyed my music library with iPods, I said, "Fuck them! I will never mess with them again." And that means, and I knew then. This is like in like shortly after the iPhone came out. I was like, you know what? I hate iTunes. It's like the worst program in the world ever made. I'm never using that again, which means I'm never buying an Apple product ever again. And I decided that
Hey,
a
Lou,
like almost 2 decades ago, like a decade and a half ago.
you do you remember back when MP3s were big and like that was the way to go? So, um,
You're a
so
robot
Apple they
really
kind
bad,
of
but you're
had
already a robot, so that's kind of like
so
weird.
obviously they had to compete with the MP3,
yeah,
right?
yeah, the left side of your face is
And
coming
you
through
could
right now.
convert an Apple thing to MP3, but what they did is they created their own proprietary. All right, never mind. I'll tell you later.
When you can act more human.
Yeah. We prefer the right side of your face, not the left side of your face in your profile picture.
Oh man,
Oh no. You're coming through super low and straight robot, by the way.
He's like a Westworld robot trying to act human. He's like, oh man, fuck, like this is tough. It's hard to
Pager.
be human.
But yeah, no, I get you, Luke. But to be honest with you, like back in the days, probably what AI was kind of alluding to, back in the days when you just ripped music all the time, just downloaded it, you know, torrented MP3s. I had iTunes and I had a iPod. So that was like the only Apple shit that I had, and the only reason I had is because I won it in some drawing or some shit. But I haven't used my Apple iTunes in 15, 17 years, something
Well,
something like that.
that seems awfully long, but like, yeah, I know they switched to another program because it all became like cloud based and stuff. Like, iTunes is still a thing, but no, nobody actually uses iTunes anymore. Now with Apple, you just use the iCloud, and that's what they're on.
Yeah, and I don't buy into any of that. So like I guess they give you some storage on the iCloud or something. Like it just you have some small storage capability, I guess. I don't even know because I don't download songs anymore. And every time I go into my pictures on my phone, it just lets me know that I don't have any iCloud space available. But they just stay in my phone.
I love that.
They
Yeah,
stay
that's
in my
Apple
phone,
there.
right? So it's like I could pay for like this iCloud storage or whatever and have access to all my pictures and all that kind of shit. But I just have all my own old iPhones laying around, and it's a good way when I get a new one to go through pictures and be like, yeah, I don't need 99% of these, but let me send these 20 pictures to my new phone so I have them.
But my Galaxy's like I'm on Galaxy and like they do the same thing. I can transfer stuff super easy. Like it's not hard at all. I just don't have to use fucking Apple, which is great.
I guess. I mean, you say so.
It's
Dude,
been a long time since
Apple.
I've had
Look. If you're in like movie making or like music making, I guarantee you're gonna say no. You don't know what you're talking about. Like Apple's the shit. What blah blah blah. Mac's the shit. You're gonna like. I get it, but you're under their thumb. You're gonna have to buy all their shit.
Dude, I'm just literally telling you, Lou, that all I have is a Apple phone. I have no iCloud shit. I have no iTunes. I have no laptop. None of that shit. I don't have an iPad. I don't
Yeah,
even
well,
have
you're not making music either, though. You know, like it's
No. Are you making music, Lou? I didn't know.
yeah. I made that song. Remember?
Yeah, and I remember the
Yeah,
other day
so
you talking about how you would never ever do that again.
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I get it. People are very passionate about the cell phones that they have, it seems like.
Yeah, Lou, I
I
think
don't
it's all made up, man. This feeling that you've got to be locked into Apple if you've got one Apple product is, I think it's all made up. Just as that battle, Samsung versus Apple versus whatever. It's all selling points in marketing, I think.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, to be honest with you, the only reason I have an iPhone is because I don't know how many years ago it was a free phone option at work. So I decided to try an Apple iPhone, and I've just stuck with it ever since because I've never had any of the issues that I used to have with like my Android phones that I had, because it just worked, and I don't do anything crazy with my phone. I just watch videos or
Right.
listen to podcasts or talk on Discord. Like
All right.
literally that.
So here's
It.
here's really where the line I think for me is drawn is Apple really restricts like you're not allowed to like use it as a storage device or do what you want with it. Like they really limit your capability. The phone itself has ton of capability, but they lock you out of most of it. That's for them, right? So I would Android, yeah, they're doing the same shit. They're still fucking advertising to you. They're still tracking you. They're still doing this and that. But at least you have access to like the device itself and like root capability. I know you can now root a fucking Apple, and it's been a long time, but like they're so proprietary. We're gonna use my code, my cable, my phone, my battery, my this, my that, and we're not sharing with anybody. No other companies are gonna get in on this. Period. It's us and us only, and fuck everybody else. And so fuck them. That's my point about Apple.
So you're telling me you're getting an iPhone 13?
No, I will never buy an Apple product ever.
yeah, so good on you, Lou. Don't do it. Don't ever start. The first one's free, and then you're an addict for life.
If you edit photography, though, you literally cannot get a better screen than an Apple display. Nothing exists better.
That's a complete bullshit, dude. The Galaxy phones destroy the Apple phones every single generation that comes out.
Not the phone.
The Samsung screens are way better.
Not the phone.
Way better.
Not the phone. Laptop and computer screens. I mean.
Yeah, so here's an example, Lou, of how Apple's a dinkus, pinkus. So they have a chipboard that's all soldered together for their Apple books, whatever the heck they're called now, right? And they're all soldered like a singular unit, right? And normally you could say, okay, I have a power fault. Maybe I plugged it in, I got a spark, shorted. So now I need to repair the board. I take the board out, I find the part, And then I ordered the little dude online. I put it in myself with a little solder kit. No big deal. But no. What Apple did is that part in particular, which fails all the time. I want to say it's called PP33 bus hot or something like that, whatever it is.
So with
It's a
the
little
Apple
chip.
part that fails all the time, I'm going to call it the
They,
fucking glass. How about the glass? Every fucking iPhone you've ever
right,
seen,
so
your friend is so proud of.
So what they did intentionally is tell manufacturers that they are not allowed to make this chip, that it can only come from us. Now the chip is essentially $10 or less functionally. And they charge to repair these boards in excess of $500 up to $1,000 just to change this little chip out. And the only reason you need to go to them is because they restrict access to this chip in the public market. So, Louis Rossman, one of my favorite Apple hating camaraderie buddios, what his firm did when they fixed people's devices when they come with this problem, what he did is he would go online and buy an Apple product. I think it was called a battery case. Like your Apple could go in it and it would have a battery attachment on the case. And that case had the chip, and that case cost like $90 to $150. So what he would do is he would buy that case from an Apple source that he could buy it or secondhand or whatever. Then he would smash it open with a hammer, take the little chip out, and put it into his customer's Apple product and save them $1,000.
Okay, so I'm gonna.
Apple.
Is it a steel man? If I was gonna say, what are the positives about Apple? I started to do this already. Like, great for people who are not very techy. Great for people who want high functioning things straight out of the box. That without you know what I mean. Like, you don't have to customize it. You don't have to know much about it. It's gonna work. It's gonna work well. Great for most people that way. But I don't really have a reason for it, but I don't like being like held within bookends and parameters. You know, I would rather have more free availability of my device, especially when I'm paying
Yes.
$1,000+ for it.
Right, and that functionality that you just described requires functional limitation. And so they sell functional limitation as benefit. Because if they expand the functionality, then they lose that streamlined ease of use that they can curate the experience for the end user. So when you buy an Apple device, you're intentionally buying limitation. As Apple said, that was their design philosophy.
What the fuck are you guys doing with your phones, man?
Yeah, I wanna
Storing
know.
tons of files on the fucking like criminal fucking political left, dude. Like storing them.
Hey, dude, one thing that I could do with my phone is like I see an icon, I hold the icon, it takes me exactly where I need to go. I change the setting, and I press the back, and it goes back to where I was. Like on an Apple phone, I literally have to drive to Kentucky, drive back, call an Apple rep, plug the phone in, hook up to an Apple laptop, take it off, only to just go back one screen. I'm exaggerating a little.
Yeah, I think I'm on my like
Your
fifth or
your
sixth
point is
iPhone.
valid. Your point is valid, Napalm. Like, what are you really doing? Like, honestly, nothing. I just don't like being restricted.
Yeah, no, I get it. I understand. But
What?
like most of most of these issues that are levied at the iPhone are typically from non-iPhone users. I think I'm on my like, I don't know, fifth, sixth, seventh iPhone. I literally have zero problems with them
Well,
ever.
that's because Apple has actually changed since Jobs died. Like in the original iPhones, you were very limited. Like they got better actually. They started, all of a sudden you didn't have to use iTunes, and then you didn't have to use their, you know what I mean? Like I don't know. You could never root your phone at first, but now you can, and you can, like, if you really want to. You know, like, so like
That
for
sounds
certain
sexual.
techies and
Let
shit
me
like
tell
that.
you. Oh man, let me tell you what I can do with my phone. All right, mind you, my phone is not a new phone. Now it is a flagship phone from the year that it came out. Okay, I can have two functional windows operational at the same time, simultaneously on the tab and half of the screen. I can have YouTube popped out, and when I click it, it'll then open and I can do comments. I can have a chat head also. I can cut and paste in between platforms. I can essentially have around 5 functional apps running that I can flip between rather quickly if I so desire. And this was like from 5, 6 years ago.
You've been tricked. You can do that on an iPhone. Always have been able to.
No, well, in at first, a lot of that,
No, no, no,
a
hold
lot of
on.
the stuff, like I said, my point, like a lot of the stuff you were locked out initially for the first like at least 5 years, 10 years
Yes,
even.
I gotta
Um,
tell you this, guy.
and
I gotta tell you this.
they lost a lot of people. That's our Android guys that are talking now. Like they destroyed their rep a long time ago, and now there's people who just hate them.
Check this out. Some of the first iPhones couldn't even cut and paste. They could not even cut and paste. So you literally had to memorize what you had just read and type it out or write it on a piece of paper. Now, to be fair, that's the older iPhone. Then
Dude,
you
I
have the
can't stand it
BlackBerry.
when somebody, because like I'm pretty good on the phone and techie stuff, and like sometimes people are like hand it to Lou, you know, like he'll figure it out, and then it's an iPhone, and I'm like, I don't know how to go back. How do I hit back? Like, how do I go back a screen? I can't figure this shit out. I give it right back to them, and they're like, "You suck."
I've had both platforms the whole time, right? So I use them interchangeably. Like when one battery dies, I use the other, etc. And for when I need to do things like access Apple accounts for devices that are with my family members, right? So I've been going back and forth between the two. Literally every time I go back to the Apple, I'm faced with a limitation every single time. There's something limiting me that I could have easily done with my Android device. And it just makes me frustrated, but I only have to use that system because it's what I have available, because my other device died, or because I'm trying to access
Yeah,
software for my loved ones. And that's about it.
long before the iPhone or even the iPod came out. Okay, it's like Mac was considered to be like, yeah, superior. Like it just worked better, but you were very limited. And the same thing applies to everything ever since.
But do you remember back then when when Apple was just this system for creatives and whatnot? When Microsoft was the hated company back then, as Apple is now.
I don't remember them ever being hated. I remember them always being praised, like bowed down to, like sucking
Microsoft.
dicks and everything.
Oof. Nah.
I think I would love to see a third party player that basically can find a way to squeeze the streamline Apple style with the customizable functionality of the Android platform. It'd be very hard to do because the market saturation and market share is so taken. But if they could do it, I'd go for that.
Yeah, me too. I agree with that. Yeah.
Now, back in the day, when Mac was really big, there used to be Power PCs that could literally emulate Mac OS. So you literally could just buy a Power PC laptop and have Windows and Mac operating systems on the same device. And you didn't even need to buy an Apple system. Because that's really how computers like worked back then. Like a computer is just a base. Like very few industries actually have their own proprietary base computer system. They're operating off the standard, and then they add on top of that standard their own, window dressing. But the root of it, the core of it, is just the same operating system that's been around since the BIOS was invented in the first place.
Also to Napalm, like when you said like, what are you doing? Honestly, if I'm going to be super honest, I think it's more about people who just like to fidget. Like, I like to have a more customizable fucking screen and interface. I like to have a more, like I don't want to be stuck with what Apple says is the best interface. I want to be able to choose my interface. Like it's little stuff like that.
Yeah, let me ask you this question for the Apple users, because I don't know, because I don't personally have the latest iPhone, so I don't have, as far as I know, I don't have the latest OS update. I have still an older one. Have they made it to where you can actually put icons wherever you want on the screen, or does it still just categorize them the way it decides? Like maybe I want feed and grow fish on the first page of my screens.
Here's the thing: is Apple users are lost when you ask that question. They have no clue what you're talking about. They've never had an option.
Oh, see, they don't even understand that it's a limitation. Wow, that's good marketing. Okay. I want everybody to think about it as a quote unquote truther. You don't understand that you've been fenced off. You're not even aware that the fence is there. It's an invisible fence. Someone comes along and says, "Hey, what's this invisible fence?" You're like, "What? I can't see it." Man, ooh. That was like the sickest burn.
Dude, it's the truth, man. That's why it's so sick.
What kind of invisible fencer are you?
I don't know. I mean, don't get me wrong. I do like certain things about when I use an iPhone, but like I literally recognize, because I'm multi-platform right? I don't identify as a single platform. I recognize every limitation. Every time I'm trying to use an Apple device, it presents me with a brick wall or a fence or an alternate path that I'm not allowed to take. And it's like, good grief, dude. Hurry up and charge.
Wait, I want this thing to work for how I want it to work, not like how you think it should work for everybody.
You know what, Lou? This is my challenge to iPhoneers. No, don't get me wrong, not iPhone users, but like iPhoneers who have a zealousness for the platform. Like you can't have this kind of dialogue with just so many burns when you're talking about Android platform. It's like you run out of things to say in like 30 seconds. Well, when you're talking about iPhone products, you can just go on and on and on with all these limitations, problems, frustrations.
In the past, it was always compatibility issues, but they've done a pretty good job with that over the last decade or two. Like where all now that they're huge because of the iPhone, all platforms, all software companies design for them, but they never did in the past, and they had, and then,
Dude, you want to know? Okay, so I sold phones for quite a long time in Radio Shack and other stuff. So multi-platform sales, right? So the hardest phone to sell, what do you think it is?
Sorry, repeat that. What?
So you're selling multi-platform, basically all available carriers, platforms, brands. What's the hardest phone to sell?
Dude, I don't know. I've never been in sales. I don't know. I would say the hardest phone to sell is the most expensive one.
Nope, they're actually pretty easy to sell.
Do you mean like Apple iPhone, like Android, or like specifically what model of phone?
It's multi. Just imagine all brands and all carriers. There's a niche, which is the hardest brand carrier to sell. Brand specific, to be honest. Like nobody wants it, nobody cares, no matter how much you tell them about it. They're like whoopty frickety froo, poop on it.
BlackBerry?
Nope.
Dude, is that really is that
Nokia?
really still a brand? Come on, give me a break.
I think they're around.
No, I heard like they disappeared
had an
for a long
Android.
time.
They had an Android.
They disappeared for a long time, and they're trying to make a comeback. Yeah, that's true. I heard that.
All right, so I'll skip to the end. Windows Phone.
No,
Those are still around?
yeah, but they're obsolete though.
Yeah, that's why. It's like they were so they basically were the most nichiest phone there was. It's like if you got a Windows phone, it's like good luck trying to do anything with any other platform. It's like it was the most. I don't know why, because it sucks so bad. Because you would think, oh, it's a Windows phone. It's just like having a PC in my pocket. Like, no, not even close.
Are they still selling them?
I don't even know if they still
Actually, I think they stopped selling Windows phones like 2 years ago. That's what I'm thinking. I'm not sure about that though. Maybe it was longer. It might have been like 4 years ago. Honestly, time flies. Like it was before COVID, so it was more than 2.
Yeah, I think it was a while ago. I haven't seen them.
Well, they updated their platform to have integrated mobile OS style environment. So, before it's like if you bought a laptop, it's just a laptop, right? And you get PC programs for it. But now they've made them to where essentially you have like a pseudo mobile environment, but you have to choose. So you can have it in that mobile environment where the apps are curated for you, but then you can't just run anything you want to. And then you choose, oh, I want the system to be open and customizable, and then you lose all that curation. But again, you get to choose.
I want to point out also, if we're going to talk about like Apple versus Google phone wars, like Android, at least look, when you're on when you're on an iPhone, they're tracking everything and they're keeping it for themselves like it's theirs. But everything is also being duplicated by Google because you're using all Google services. So you're getting the best of both worlds. You're being tracked and kept by all gatekeepers, like all of them, with an Apple.
Well, they have a phone that came out within the past 5 years. I believe the brand is called Black Phone. And it's basically like a proprietary system where it's it's functional as a smartphone, but it has like
is it de-Googled, like no Google?
No, I think it's like
because that's the thing. Like, we're talking about two different fucking like heavy-handed, top-down, fucking all utilitarian control over the people, whether it be Google or Apple.
Yeah.
So it is. It isn't a hardware sense. It isn't a hardware sense. So you have the best of my memory. It's kind of like when you buy a VPN and all that kind of stuff. Like it's got all of that kind of stuff going. When you access software and stuff, You know, it's not integrated into the hardware of the phone. So if you go to a website and access Google, you're basically anonymized as best as they claim you can be. So in other words, the hardware of the phone isn't ratting you out to the Google platform. You know, like the Google platform may ping software-wise, hey, tell me where you're at. Hey, tell me who you are. And then the phone's like,
Oh, no. Google does that shit all the same. They do. Right now, I just said its name, and now my phone, it thinks I'm talking to it. Okay? Like, they do the same fucking shit. I just had to fucking cancel that. Like, it was in a locked, closed position, but I said Google. Hello, Google! Fuck you.
Yeah, like I just got like 5 advertisements to buy a new Apple phone. Ay. It's like, yeah, I'm talking about it, but I'm trashing it. Why would I want to buy it?
I think some apps like Facebook too, you'll check what kind of data Facebook has on you and it'll be watching every time you open any one of your other apps on your phone. That kind of stuff.
Right.
Things it should have no business looking at or caring about. But I mean, that's just like how society is these days. It kind of sucks. And I think a lot of people are just going to let it go like that.
No, yeah, exactly. Like, nobody likes it, but we're becoming more and more acceptant of it as time goes on. We've been dealing with this for a long time.
Absolutely. It's so bad. Let me tell you how bad it is. It's so bad that I literally told you a phone exists, allegedly, that solves this problem. Probably none of you will research it or buy it, including myself, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
Like, I heard about it years ago. And I was like, yeah, that's super cool. And, you know, then I went and ate some ice cream.
Yeah, it's kind of rough.
And look, see, like with Android, you can. Here's actually. You want to know why people who are on Android versus Apple, like on Android, we can choose to turn off the voice part where it no longer picks up our voice. Now, does that mean it's not listening? No, you have no fucking clue. It just means that it doesn't let you know that it's listening. That's how insidious that is.
Mm-hmm.
You turn off the setting and it continues to listen. You just don't get notified about it.
Oh, also, I got to make this comment, which is pretty palpable. So when I use the same app, when I'm going between platforms, the places where things are, even the menu options within the app are different. Same app, like for example, Discord, and you have all this functionality that's just arranged iconographically on the screen. It's just graphics. It doesn't need to be in any different manner. It's not like physical keys, and if you switch to a different keyboard, the key must be in a different place because it's physically glued to a physical structure. But somehow it's all different. There are different places, different menus, and different portions of the screen. It's like, why is this even different? It's literally like Apple has a contract with these people. Your app must be graphically different. However you do it, must happen.
Like,
here's a good thing. Here's one good thing. Hold on.
All right.
I got to tell you something really good.
Yeah, no,
So recently, me and you both gave people who didn't deserve it moderator. People who didn't deserve it, right? We both did it. Thumb with our big thumbs. Now in the Apple version, you can't do that because it only shows you the active roles, and you have to go into a different menu. Very interesting how that is.
Yeah, that is. I've heard that one before. Yeah, there's like an extra barrier before you find flat Earth, before you find us. with Apple.
One of
That'd
truth's
actually be a good
protective
brand.
veils. Once you clear away the truth's protective veils.
Well, wasn't it the iPhone background that was the blue marble? Wasn't it iPhone 4, I think?
That did what?
Oh,
Or was it the original iPhone? Like
you're
when it
talking about
debuted?
yeah, the Robert what's his name? The blue marble image
Simmons?
that many people think is the globe Earth from space. You know, the one that we make fun of all the time. We mock it. It's all CGI. Like everybody in here knows this. Like that was the stock image that came as your default background on your iPhone for years. And I think you still get it in there. Like you can always make that your background if you're used to it.
Since 2002. 2002.
Robert Simmons, yeah. Anyway, yeah, it's hilarious. So like me and we're a really small company. So like me and my main coworker, the guy that like also knows his shit. We're both flat earthers and anti NASA. Like he's more anti NASA. He still refuses to get public, like talking about the flat Earth. But he knows I'm right. He just has trouble saying it out loud. You know what I mean? Oh,
Well, there's different levels.
he knows. Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
he's right now. He's just a globe skeptic.
well, no. The problem is, no. He's convinced, but he has a wife and a family, and his wife has a big family, and he has an image that he has to portray.
Oh, I see
And
what you mean. Yeah.
you know, he can only say so much to the people that he knows.
Yeah. Otherwise, you
Well,
end up fighting with them.
Yeah. It's okay to say the moon landing is fake. It's not okay to say the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
A lot of people just aren't ready to hear that.
It's
Think about it.
So that's kind of where he's at. But he's my guy at work, you know? And like, I mean, every time I give him flat Earth proof, he's like, yeah. And there's certain things he's like, yeah, that's undeniable. He'll say it to me, but there's nobody else in his life that he'll say it to. You know that?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, I got a couple of friends like that too. Yeah.
You'll
I think I'm still on like the globe skeptic phase actually, but I go around and I talk to a lot of people around me. I kind of challenge them on the ideas, and I'm looking for new ideas if anyone can give me any from my friends around me of things.
Well, when I was a globe skeptic, because that's one of the first like stages, you know.
Yeah.
Basically, what kind of like what I remember, it was kind of like at the time it was like shocking to me. Like I just started kind of questioning, you know, like the shape of the Earth and stuff. And when I saw the reactions of the globetards, like when I like right now, you said you're questioning them a little bit, right? Like you're challenging them on it.
Mm-hmm.
When you see their reactions, then you start realizing that it's more of like a brainwash thing rather than like they actually know what they're talking about. Because most of them don't even know the actual the fake globe mathematics. Like they don't know the quote unquote like diameter or the circumference and how fast the ball travels. Like they don't even know the own lies that they were taught. They just remember that. They just remember being taught that, but they actually never really went into it or verified any of it on their own. So when you see that, you start thinking, wait a minute, like everyone's just fucking repeating the same bullshit that they were told. And nobody actually knows.
I was just having this conversation with my mom's friend's brother. He's like in his 70s, and he's a professor. He got all of these, what accomplishments? What do you call certificates and what you know, when you
accolades or whatever,
not
achievements.
accolades. What do you get in college? Your
Degrees.
degrees, right? So he's well up there. He got a mansion and all that, dude. We were having this conversation about, and that's exactly what it is. I couldn't. I had to, dude. I had to get like almost authoritative to get him to get his fucking ass out of space and focus on the ground you're standing on. It took, bro. It took so much within me to not flip out on him and his sister because it's my mom's friends and they're older people, so you're supposed to respect your elders. So I was respectful,
Yeah.
but it just got to a point. I'm like, listen, we're measuring things here, okay? If there is no drop value, it is not a ball. That I had to get to that level, bro, just to get them to understand what else. Oh, he kept talking about space and stars, and that's all they were talking about, planets, dude. That because this is where their mind goes.
Well, for me, it's like somebody talking about Star Wars or something. Like if you know, like some people know a lot about Star Wars. They know their shit. You know, they know all the fucking planets in Star Wars, all the fucking different worlds and stuff. But it's the same thing, though. It's just like someone knows a lot about a fantasy, right? Like I know a lot of people here, a lot of flat earthers. They used to be big on space. That's what I noticed too. A lot of flat earthers are people that are genuinely interested in space
I
and want to
agree
learn.
with that. I think most of us actually, like the people who are worth listening to, I think most of us took a keen interest in it and realized how stupid it is.
This is what I'm saying. Yeah, exactly. It's people who actually care, that were actually into it and looked at or spent time trying to understand it, that eventually ended up becoming flat earthers because we just looked into it way more than like the average person did. Most people don't even look into it at all.
I think
Like just see
space. I think space is worth looking into because you either look down or you look up, kind of, and you can look down and look at the curvature, go to a beach,
No,
and
but it depends on the. I don't disagree, but it depends on the lens at which you're looking at it through. Okay, so like,
yeah.
I mean, most flat earthers, they don't even believe in space or.
I think we could try as flat earthers to say maybe we could learn something from the stars. Maybe we could do that. But right now, we're fighting a battle. Like you can't know anything for sure from the stars based off of all those preconceptions and ideas based off thousands of years ago and like nothing to fucking back it up. And like, I get it. We're angry. We're fucking, but like, no. What if we can take the same observations and make them a flat Earth proof? What if we can be cool about it as we approach it? It's going to give us a huge heads up. Like you can't be insane when you're going into an argument.
Yeah. I think for a lot of flat earthers, they'll look at for a lot of globe earthers, they'll look at a flat Earth and they can't picture or figure out how things they observe around them would fit into that idea, that reality.
Well, this is the whole problem with the floating disc, right? Like idea. People have this misconception. They think flat earthers believe that there's still planets and that there's the flat plane flying in the sky. But from what I understand, most flat earthers, we're not seeing it
You're
that way
absolutely
at
right.
all.
Don't even say most. Let's just be clear about it. Like all real flat earthers
Exactly.
real flat earthers who understand this train of thought understand that all of that heliocentrism is bullshit.
They would get their ass kicked out of here real quick if they.
Right.
It wouldn't last long if they were trying to press a spinning disc in space. Like no one here is going to put up with that for very long.
Yeah, there's still a lot of things I need to research more about and think more about.
I mean, you could. One thing that helped me, for example, is when you learn about World War II, right? You see what happened after with the Antarctic Treaty.
Mm-hmm.
You see how the world changed after that, right? Like a lot of the Nazi
Dude,
scientists.
I saw a good video about this actually yesterday. So like it was just like it was like a breakdown of history throughout like World War II or pre World War One, through World War One to World War Two to like where we are today, and like yeah, you start to understand that like these were all there are a lot of political plays, and no there's nothing that anybody ever claimed that they actually stand by. Period. They were all just claims made for the moment to try to win the public opinion. That is true. And that continues to now, right now.
Yeah, exactly.
But there
It sure does. Yeah, it's all about stealing people's resources and telling you that it's because of we're patriotic and we're spreading democracy. What a bunch of bullshit that was.
I mean, in order to get to flat Earth, you first you need to understand like a few things. Like first, you need to know that there's a group of people that control the world and run the whole world. First, you need to understand that.
well, oh, see, but do you have to understand that? Like, are they really a group of people? I mean, like, I know there are people towards the top of the pyramid, yes, but like they believe those people believe in what they're doing. They think they're doing the right thing. They're being convinced at a higher level that we're privy to.
Oh, for
Yeah,
sure.
well, there's a hierarchy though, so you have to understand there's a hierarchy and there's compartmentalization going on in these groups as well.
Well, there are numerous space agencies all over the world. So people would say like, oh, but so how are they? They must be all in on it then. So how are they? You know, Russia has its own thing. China has its own. So how they must be all in on it? Yes, the answer is yes. This group of people oversee all of these space agencies.
Yeah, and they were all given privy to it at the Antarctic Treaty. I mean, they all were working together in the first place. So you mentioned
Here's the thing.
You mentioned the Second World War, and then you also had the push of the rest of the Iron Bloc. This the Berlin Wall and all of that stuff, and then the Korean War, and then Vietnam was starting at the very same time in 1959. There were already U.S. special advisors in Vietnam.
Sonny, you know how you guys pretty much agreed with me when it came to like they're moving people to the right, or thinking they're moving people to the right, or trying to move people to the right, but actually moving slightly left. Like that whole train of thought. Same idea. So let's say, shit. I might have lost my train of thought, but this was good. It's for me for now. I'll jump back in when I have it like laid out. Sonny, do me a favor. Just kind of reiterate what you just said.
Who?
No, he's making a point. Like, okay, so like it's about like shifting of ideals. Like the collective consciousness of this earth is what drives like everything. It literally is. It you can't even get around it. Like if you really dig down, most decisions are made off of false ideals.
Yeah,
correct?
as far as general, yeah, I would say that. As far as the collective, yeah, it's a difficult topic because we don't really have a lot to go on when you're talking about human behavior and human thought patterns and how things develop in that realm, which is in the unseen. One thing we can tell, which I was trying to bring up earlier, or I was thinking about earlier during the conversation, is one thing we can glean from this is how the mind control works. Because what's really interesting about it is that all of these globers do the same thing. What you just mentioned, they all look to the sky. It's not like one of them or two of them said, they specifically went and learned everything about like Einstein's special theory of relativity or something like that. No, they none of them really do. They're all just look at the sky and there's like nothing to it. You know what I mean? You just poke it a little bit and it just goes poof like a puff of smoke with nothing to back it. Like it's astonishing that people are doing that in response to us pointing out the actual observable reality that we live in and everybody's experience.
I think it's natural that people believe what they're told for their entire life. I mean, throughout all of school, all your teachers, all the people around you all tell you the same thing. I think it's natural probably for most humans to not doubt that unless someone kind of gives them a push.
Absolutely, and that's why to an extent we can't blame the Globies or whatever we call them, because first of all we all started there too. We were all there at one point too. You know what I mean? And it's like you said, when you're shown something constantly since you're a child. Like for example, my brother, he just had a kid. He's like 1 year old. He already bought him a little globe. Obviously, my brother's not a flat earther, right? And I argue with him about it all the time. But this is what happens. You're shown that since you're 1 or 2 years old, and throughout your life, you learn about it in school. Of course, you're never going to question it. But it gets to a point where you should get old enough and smart enough, and at this point, have enough discernment to be able to start questioning things, even if you were taught that your whole life. For me, I was around my 20s.
So I'm kind of playing a little game with my daughter. My daughter is 8 years old, and she knows damn well, because she's heard me in this chat room myself. She knows damn well that I'm a flat earther, and she's a smart little cookie. Okay, so like she's asked me questions and so on, but every time she asks me, I give her one of those real generic answers, like, well, some people say this and other people say that, and blah 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 blah. But she knows where I stand. Like she's heard me enough, and she presses me on that issue. I'm driving her instinct to learn. Like, why does my dad, he seems like a smart cookie, you know? Why does my dad not believe in this? I want her to find this stuff herself. Too many people just trust. Everybody just trusts.
Yeah, listen, Lou. I think you're onto something because I was thinking about just a few minutes ago when I was listening to you guys' conversation earlier about how like somebody here was mentioning just a minute ago about how when they looked, right, and I thought about it that moment that I looked, that's all it really took for me. I mean, it took weeks, months after that to kind of digest it after I saw it myself. But when I heard about it and I went and looked, I was shocked at how easy it was, how fast that went. Like all you have to do is look at it. If you have any kind of rational mind,
all you have to do is inspire like creative and like natural like thought, like and if the person can use their own skills to determine it for themselves, it's set in them for life. Like so when it comes to flat earth, all you have to do is you don't necessarily have to tell them the earth is flat. In fact, you're probably better off saying, I want you to find out for yourself. I'm not going to tell you it is. I'm just going to say that it's not really decided. And all of a sudden there's that spark. They're going, holy shit! Like, here's somebody that I respect who doesn't agree with what I'm being told. Well, like, why doesn't he trust them? Why doesn't he? They're gonna go through all that same stuff that you did faster.
Well, there's natural human instinct too, right? We may have been told millions of times that we're living on a ball, but deep down in like your super conscious mind, we all know, like everyone knows it's flat. So this also helps people like when they're learning about flat Earth, like just you literally just feel it. It's your instincts too. Do you feel like you're spinning? Do you feel like you're flying through millions of miles an hour?
but here's the thing too: is we preach about being anti-religion, which is really funny when I put it that way. But you don't want it to be because somebody told you. It's got to be empirical. It's got to be something that you can prove. It's got to be something that you can see. It's got to fit in with your other observations that you've made in nature.
A lot of
That's
people who
the
do yoga,
biggest
they
one.
become flat
That's
earthers.
the biggest one. So, like that last one, it's got to fit in with the other observations that you've made in nature.
And have you noticed a lot of people who do yoga, they become flat earthers? I'm thinking it's because they're just more in tune with the earth. They're more grounded, right? They spend hours connecting with the earth. That's why you see so many people who do yoga become they either they're flat earthers or they can at least agree that the earth is not moving. For example, this Benito's, what's his name? Santos Bonacci guy or whatever. I'm not a huge fan. I don't even think he's a flat earther. But one thing he does agree on is that we're not moving. So a lot of his fans, they're like semi flat earther kind of like, right? Like the truth that kind of crosses over. So there's people who aren't flat earthers. They haven't done enough research, but they can agree that we're not moving, that the earth is unmovable. So that's a whole nother like.
We got to think we got to stop trying to convince everybody now. We got to start moving society slowly in our direction, just like they do.
Well, usually what happens is when you become a flat earther, you want to start like telling all your friends and family, the people you love and stuff, right? But you end up getting into a lot of fights. You realize that it may not even be worth it. And then it gets to a point where you don't care anymore who believes in it or who doesn't, right? But I think that's when like the people that you tried to convince, they start realizing they're like, oh shit, like this guy doesn't even care anymore, whether I believe it or not. But he truly believes it. And they'll check up on you once a year, twice a year. Like, hey, do you still believe in that stuff? And you'll be like, fuck yeah. We have way more evidence now than we ever did before. And so I think that also like, it gets a lot of people too, where it's like, how the fuck is this guy still believing in this? And it hits them hard. You know what I mean? When they see, because flat earthers, they never go back. It's like they say, once you go flat, you never go back. I've never seen a flat earther like change his mind one day. He's like, oh, you know what? I think it's a globe now. It doesn't happen. Why? Because that flat earther ends up just gaining more and more evidence as the years go by, and more natural instincts, more experiences. You meet other flat earthers. You learn new things that you never knew before.
Yeah.
And it just becomes like an overwhelming amount of like knowledge.
So in your example of the guy that's, let's just say he's a flat earther for years and years and years, right? He retains that position. So what's the transverse? Oh, he dipped.
What do you mean?
Maybe he'll come back.
Sorry, I'm here.
Yeah, so like a flat earther, let's say he maintains his position that he believes the earth is flat for years upon years, right?
Yeah.
Assuming that during that time many things have changed in, let's just call it, the mainstream science field, where they've put out more and more stuff. And they're like, well, how could you still be a flat earther after all this stuff that's come out? Now, what's the transverse of that? Like, you're just a standard globe earther? Because think about it, even in their paradigm, there are competing ideologies and ideas and sciences and theories. There isn't just one unified theory over on that side of the camp.
Yeah.
For example, I listened to a physics lecture the other day where the guy basically said that because of all these physical things like quote unquote space-time and all of this, that leads to the conclusion that there must be a multiverse. And that being said, there must be an infinite permutation of physics. And so all physics that can exist must exist, and they'll be vastly different from our world, right, ad infinitum, essentially saying that if that model of physics evolves into that line of thinking, does that mean within that worldview, a flat Earth exists in an alternate universe? So even in that worldview, flat Earth exists, right? So think about it. Oh, you're still a flat Earther? We'll be like, well, dude, don't you believe in the multiverse where a flat Earth exists in another universe? You'd be like, no. And then you'd be like, well, you're not up with the current physicists, bro.
Well, one thing I noticed is that the mainstream science, they're pedaling backwards when it comes to flat Earth. They're not as strong on their position as they were 20 years ago, for example.
Wait.
I don't know. You guys may not
Did you just compare flat earthers now to 20 years ago?
No, I'm saying that the mainstream science.
Oh, mainstream science.
Yeah. Like, for example, like, I don't know. Some people don't believe me, but I swear to you, 10 years ago, when I looked up gravity in Google, it said, it explained whatever, and it said that it was considered a fact. Now, when you type in Google, when you type gravity, it says it's considered a theory.
Yeah. Well, look,
it's as if they're.
I'll tell you this.
They're preparing for the day that everyone finds out that the Earth is flat. They're gonna have to backpedal and be like, "Oh, you know what? We made a mistake. Gravity was only a theory, anyways. So you can't blame us."
Well, no, but they were way late on that card. They just had to do it. We forced their hand. They had to put it
That's
out.
what I'm saying, man. We're forcing their hand. They're pedaling backwards now.
Yeah. No, that's true. But they're way ahead of us on this adaptation too. They were just waiting for us. They're like,
now they're gonna do a brand new movie.
They're like
going to the moon.
They're like 3 card plays ahead of us, and they're like, he could either play this or he could play that, and they know our hand. They know our hand. They're able to see each and every one of our hands.
So, well, they did. They dealt us the cards.
Yeah, they're the house. Yeah, man.
Back to the idea of the multiverses, I don't think anyone would spend much time trying to think about or observe multiverses if they existed other than our own.
If the what?
I don't think people would spend time trying to observe universes other than our own in a multiverse theory.
Well,
why
if
not?
whoever's just learning about flat Earth now, I just want to say this: you have to really understand that gravity is the lie that holds all these other lies together. Without gravity, none of this makes sense, right?
Yeah,
they're holding desperately onto this theory of gravity.
No, it's a good point. I agree. If I can prove gravity, I think I can 100% prove a globular Earth, pretty much.
No,
but,
false.
How come?
Well, think about it. If you don't know the answer, then you can't say I can 100% prove it.
Yeah, actually, let me take that back. I don't like saying actually that I can 100% prove anything.
Well, let me put it to you this way. What does gravity,
no idea,
of a necessity, have to do with the shape of the Earth?
What do you mean?
Okay, so there's certain propositions which require contingencies that logically must exist in order for the proposition to carry, or their properties that exist of a thing. Okay, so what about gravity has that quality about the shape of the Earth?
I think if gravity exists, then the Earth couldn't be flat.
What? It couldn't be flat?
Yeah.
Why?
Gravity would pull it into a sphere.
Wrong answer.
How come?
Okay, that classic model is only based on a thin substrate to where the forces overcome the structure. All you need is a differential permutation of the underlying substrate.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
So Now, by the way, this has been modeled by people who believe in the globe. We have a paper in this very server that we post all the time on this very topic.
I think I read it. It made very good points about the how to apply Gauss's models or Gauss's theorem to a cylindrical Earth, kind of.
Yeah, so basically, if you just don't assume that it's a thin piece floating in space, then this idea that gravity would collapse in on itself is false.
Yeah, I think that was a very interesting paper. I've never considered that, but
I mean, I could come up with 10 scenarios off the top of my head to where the surface that we inhabit is flat, yet Newtonian gravity exists. It's really not that hard. It's not that as hard as these globers would want you to believe it is.
I just find it funny that somebody could sit here and tell me that the Earth's a globe, but not know the circumference, not know the diameter, not know how fast Earth shoots through space, not know how fast it's rotating around the sun. They don't know anything.
Right, exactly. That's a good point too. But what I was going to say is, yeah, it's very important, kid. Before you start talking, anyway. So first of all, you said gravity's going to pull it into a sphere. Where have you seen that happen?
Well, so my initial response that I was going to think of saying was that all the planets are like that. But before you respond, I know I've never personally noticed that, observed that. That's all through telescopes and stuff. So yeah, I know that's not evidence. So to answer your question, no, I've never seen that.
Well, this is the thing. Why don't we have access to these telescopes? It's only a few people that can look through them and then put a picture online of what they saw.
Of what? What do you mean?
Yeah, fair. But you got to give
like the
fraud a chance
telescope.
to
These pictures that
respond.
they're putting on Google. Me and you, we're not looking through the telescope, right? And even if we did look through it, it still wouldn't matter.
You got to give fraud a chance to respond. He posited a proposition.
Sorry, go ahead.
He should be able to respond, don't you think?
Oh yeah.
No, yeah.
Listen, these new guys.
I got my answer. I'm good.
Look, these new guys, man, we were all there, man. Believe me, we're not trying to like single you guys out or whatever, Like we're all there. We're there questioning, challenging flat earthers. At one point, we were.
Yeah, fair.
We
So I
all
want to continue the point. Right? I'm about salient points. Right. So check this out. So the proposition is this: if the Earth was flat, it would be pulled back into a sphere. Okay. Gravity isn't even strong enough to pull something through a balsa wood table. Follow me?
Sorry, a what?
I could construct a table in the middle of my room made out of balsa wood, one of the weakest woods that exist. And I can place something on it. And gravity isn't even strong enough to pull it through the table, yet somehow gravity is going to collapse a multi-mile disc back into a sphere. Get real.
It's a good point.
Yeah, exactly.
Was taking a very, very, very long time to do it, but you have a good point. Yeah. Okay, I see what you mean.
Right. So what's the answer there? If balsa wood can resist the forces of gravity, quote unquote, then a differential substrate made of a strong material could resist that. So these little pie in the sky, flat Earth arguments about it's going to collapse into a sphere are very juvenile. They're rhetorical. They have rhetorical force. They don't actually have any meat to them. For example, if the Earth was a floating circle in space that had no depth and was made out of essentially the weakest material that exists, right? And you notice how I'm putting all these ifs out there that can't possibly exist in reality. Mm-hmm. Then it would pull itself back into a sphere. Oi, oi, oi.
Okay. Yeah, you make good points. I see now.
Yeah, a lot of their claims, dude, a lot of their points are pretty pathetic, to be honest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, lots of things to think about.
I know this doesn't mean much, but the word airplane itself, right?
Yeah.
It's flying across a plane, a flat plane, right?
No. Please, God, no.
I don't know, man.
That's one of those rhetorical force arguments. Okay,
That's
I'm going
just
to
a
ask you
little
this
joke.
question, my friend. Why is an airplane called an airplane?
Are you asking me?
I'm asking whoever just made an argument about airplanes.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Actually, it's an aircraft.
The plane, the plane, right, comes from the wing shape. It's all about the wing. It has nothing to do with what it's flying over. Nothing.
Hmm.
So again, see, the people, they make these arguments which sound good rhetorically, but they don't have any merit.
Yeah, sometimes you'll see some of those kind of arguments come up
Yeah.
here.
Right. So when we just lampoon a globe one, it doesn't behoove us to follow it with a flat Earth one.
Hmm. Okay.
You got to look at the previous civilizations as well, right? A lot of these guys, they had very advanced technology. They weren't dumb at all in any way, shape, or form. And a lot of them concluded the Earth was flat. It was only until recent. Well, when was it? In the 1800s or late 1700s, where mainstream science said the Earth was a globe. This is only a matter of a couple hundred years ago, where the whole world before that believed it to be not believed it, knew conclusively that it was flat, and they had flat Earth maps everywhere, all over the world. So anyone who has done any history on these older civilizations would know how much flat Earth content you can find there too. I mean, I don't like to bring religion in, but technically, even in the Bible, you have numerous flat Earth references. I don't like to use religion as a way to teach someone about flat Earth, but I
Well,
mean, for
then
those of
don't.
you who are a Christian,
Probably shouldn't then.
no, we shouldn't technically. But what I'm saying is, even in the religious books, you'll find a lot of stuff about flat Earth and how the Earth doesn't move and et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think history is a good point, but we have so much data and tools around us right now. We should be able to be completely provable with just observing around us. And for example, if you go to the beach and you observe off on the horizon, yeah, it is pretty questionable what you see there. You see way
Well,
farther than you should.
there's some experiments you can do on your own easily. You don't need much. You don't need many tools or anything.
Like what?
Like, for example, you could just sit out one day, have a barbecue, and just keep an eye on the sun for a few hours or
Okay.
all day if you can, and just track its movement. Just see just look at it. Just see how it's moving. I live
Okay.
in Toronto in Canada. I know in some places, they have beautiful sunsets or whatever. And you'll learn that we don't really believe in sunsets at all, because in order to believe in a sunset, you need to believe in the heliocentric theory, right? That that the Earth is moving around the sun. So the sun actually arrives and departs. It doesn't rise and set. If you keep an eye on it, you'll notice that as well. Just with the naked eye, you can do this experiment and see that the sun travels all day in one direction until you can't see it anymore. Until it's too far for your eyes to see it. It's that simple. It goes to the other part of the Earth, right?
Would you be able to see it with a telescope theoretically?
I can
Zooming in
see
on
it
where it disappeared to?
in summer. I can see it all time.
What country do you live in?
Iceland.
Well, that's true. I heard in Greenland as well. You can see it all fucking day, 24 hours.
Yeah, in the summer, but not in the winter.
In the summer, okay, yeah. Well, yeah,
In
because
the
the sun has different rotations in the different seasons. It doesn't rotate the exact same way,
Is it?
right?
It's kind of orbiting above, not orbiting. What's the word? It's like rotating above the plane of the flat Earth, kind of, in a big circle.
Exactly. And as the seasons change, it changes, like the diameter increases of its like rotation, for example, right?
Okay.
So, for example, Greenland in the summer, that sun is rotating in a smaller circle. You get what I'm saying? That's why
Yeah.
they see it all fucking day, 24 hours.
What about Argentina?
It's
Argentina
going
appears to be.
faster. It's going faster in a wider circle and probably lower as well.
What do you mean?
Well, the circuit of the sun, it clearly shows that when we are observing the sun, and it's in the far north, it just doesn't even dip below the horizon. It just makes like we talked to our friends in Iceland
Mm-hmm.
the summer.
Yeah.
It doesn't even go below the horizon.
And
Yeah. Iceland
in the
makes sense.
It just
winter,
makes a big circle over their head. So what it's doing there is it's slowing down because if the circle, the north is the center where all of these things are rotating around, including Polaris and all the stars and everything, all the
Mhm.
wanderers. It's all focused on Polaris. It's geocentric. So the sun. This is just speculation here as far as the sun's path on my part. Speculation. Okay. So what I think is happening there is that it's moving slower in the north, and it's higher up. It's more directly above the people in the north. So when it starts moving out to the south, it's widening its circuit. So it's getting wider and it's moving faster and it's getting lower to the ground.
but
So that's why you have the tropics. That's why you have the tropics when the sun is actually right above you. It's actually started moving faster. Once it gets to the south, it has to move faster because if you think of a circle like on a dinner plate, or if you draw a circle, if something's traveling around in circles, it's getting wider and wider and wider. It has to travel across more area
Mm-hmm. Makes sense.
in the same amount of time. So it's possibly going faster in the southern altitudes, faster, lower, and wider.
but it works also the other way around. So when my father went to went to the Arctic, and I was staying in Iceland, I didn't get no sun in the winter, and he only had sun.
Well, in order to kind of have a better understanding of the seasons and stuff, you first need to know what a flat Earth map looks like. Can somebody send them one? Because this is also going to help you understand the flight paths. If you know anyone who travels a lot, they'll tell you, oh, when you go to this country to that country, you have to stop in the middle here.
Yeah,
right?
those are just concepts. We can look for the aviation map. Let me look for that one. Hold on.
Yeah,
Now,
because who we're
we all
talking
know
to?
that these
Riri.
maps- Hold on, we
You
don't.
are busted.
Wait a minute. We all
There's
know
flight
that these
paths.
maps. Wait a second. We all know that these maps are not these. We're not going by a map. Earth is not any of these maps. These are just concepts, so you can get the idea of the area that we know of where we live more closely to reality. That's all. Map is not reality.
Yeah, but we do have a map that's a lot more, far more accurate than this globe that you were being shown your whole life. But what I'm saying is,
No.
there's
Are
certain
you
flight
looking?
paths
Are
that
you
would make
looking at?
absolutely no sense on the globe, but they make perfect sense on a flat Earth map.
Yeah. Are you looking at the live stream voice text, King? Because it looks like you're maybe not paying attention.
Sorry, where am I looking?
Live stream voice text directly above this. There's a hashtag live stream voice text.
Okay.
That's where everybody's posting things and text and links and so forth. So make sure you're paying attention in there. And anybody new?
Okay.
Who were we talking to? Is that who? Is there a Glover? Ryrie, is that you?
It's
We're talking to
me
Ryrie.
and Helgi. Me and
Oh,
Helgi
okay.
are the ones kind of talking right now.
But Helgi's a flat earther, right?
Sounds like it.
No, I don't believe that the Earth is
Or
flat.
sorry, Globe Earther.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, you guys broke through the first paradigm, which is even looking into this. It already shows a high level IQ. The fact that
Does
you're
that-
even asking questions.
I mean, I know it's not flat. When you go up on mountains, that's not flat anymore.
No, but you're talking about.
Oh, so there's topography. You're funny, man. He's funny.
By flat, really, but when we say flat, what we really mean is it's not a ball. That's basically what we mean.
Yeah. I don't think anyone would actually legitimately think it's 100% flat. This isn't Minecraft.
Yeah, well, water's always level, and
It's
level
a
is not.
catchphrase to get people's attention.
Here's the
Flat
deal.
Earth. It's a catchphrase.
Yeah,
Listen,
it's a catchphrase. Listen. They made up a bunch of words and phrases so that they assign stupidity and such with certain words like conspiracy theorist, flat Earth, chemtrails, what have you. So what we need to do is understand that the globe model, the globe math that they present us with and force down our throats from day one is incorrect when compared to reality. That's what we mean by flat Earth.
I know what you mean. I was just messing around.
Yeah. Does anyone have any of those maps? One mentioned like having better maps than the sticker in the server. Kind of curious on seeing one.
I don't like maps. Maps are all deceitful. All maps are deceitful, and it's like all cartographers know that. Like,
Here's a flight map.
There's
Here,
no
I'm
such
gonna-
thing as a real map. Like,
What,
nobody
what,
knows.
what if it's like a map of my yard, or like?
Yeah, if it's really
No,
small, you can do that. But like, if you're talking about trying to capture the world, nobody can do that.
Are you saying my yard is small? Come on, man. I think it's pretty big.
Mm-hmm. I mean, technically, there is a map. It's just we don't want to show you one that's not absolutely perfect. And right now, we don't know. We can't really confirm exactly which one's absolutely perfect. But these flat Earth maps is what I'm saying. They're far more accurate and it's a lot more realistic.
It helps to lend at least a train of thought for you to think in another way. I wouldn't vouch for them as being the real maps or anything like that. So like,
yeah.
One thing I forgot to say, I'm sorry, real quick. There's no measurable curvature. That's mostly why the word flat was even picked, because if you don't measure curvature, what is it? Well, it's flat.
I'm talking about curvature in the mountains, or?
No, over
man,
water.
I'm fucking around. Come on,
Over water.
don't prove a globe either. Mountains don't prove a globe, flat, nothing. Quit fucking around.
Helgie's just ribbing you, Glad.
And we've done experiments, but you get a balloon, you put a GoPro, you attach a GoPro to it, you throw it up in space or in the sky, and you will see it as doesn't matter how far it goes up, you will not see a curve. And some of these cameras have been pretty fucking high up, and you see an absolutely like just straight line.
Yeah, I guess you got to be careful not getting a wide angle lens, but I assume you guys checked that.
Well, that's the whole scam that NASA has been doing in the 80s and 70s, 80s. They did the whole fish eye lens, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, look, that technology, it worked in the 70s. It doesn't work now.
Mm-hmm.
We have brand new cameras. The new one came out, Nikon fucking 9000 or whatever it's called. It could see the Chicago skyline from Detroit across the lake. And according to globe mathematics, mainstream mathematics, that the curve, right, it would bend and it would be about a mile. It would be about a mile of curvature. Like where the Chicago skyline would be about a mile down. How would you possibly see it with a camera looking straight? Well, the new cameras nowadays they can see that far. So I'm just wondering when are they gonna just back out of this and say, hey guys, you know what, the Earth's flat. But of course they're not gonna take responsibility.
They backed out of it centuries ago. Like,
no way. How could you? How could you? Listen.
They literally
Of course they won't
told
take
you from the
responsibility. They'll
beginning.
pretend,
They literally
no, it was a mistake.
No, Fraud's gonna go right after me. Hold on, right after me. Hold on. They told you from the beginning, though. Like, this is all theoretical for the most part. Like, it's just, fuck it, go Fraud. You and me.
You're good, brother. What I wanted to say was that it's point of no return. You know, they got rid of the Easter Bunny. They believed that they understood that was a lie. But they're stuck on Santa. It's the same thing with the globe. They're stuck on Santa, SOS, and they got an SOS going on it. Silly.
Yeah, this is just the adult version of the Santa Claus lie. You know what I mean? And guys, another thing we didn't talk about was all of the fear that comes with believing that you live on a globe in an infinite universe where you're an insignificant speck, an ant, let's say, in this universe that could be crushed so easily. You could die from meteorites and asteroids. You may die of a planetary collision. There's a lot of fear mongering and control that comes with this whole globe, Earth, and universe bullshit. Right?
I can die from not cooking my chicken.
In the back of Helgi's head, he's terrified that there may be asteroids that come and kill him. It's somewhere in the back of his head, somewhere deep down, you know.
Why is that?
Once you learn the Earth is flat, you become like fearless, right? You no longer have these fears of this type of shit, and you realize how important we are, and how big and how much power you have. Once you realize that this Earth, this is the universe. This is all there is, bud. You're never going to escape from here until you die, you know?
You're saying that I'm a glober?
I don't know. It kind of sounds like it, bro.
Well, you're assuming. I never claimed anything. So it's kind of weird.
No, you said you didn't believe in it.
Well, no, you know what? This might be an issue to actually address because often people do come in who are, they don't want to necessarily choose a label. They do come in and they're going, well, where can I get information that says something that I'm trying to look into? We're here as like that source. I would hope that we don't turn them away like superficially.
Right. I agree. The cursory glance at the material is at the most all most of the people that come against us will give themselves, right? And then they'll say, oh, well, they see Flat Earth Society, they see all these anti-Flat Earth stuff going on. They'll just join the pack, man, because God forbid you don't fit in. It doesn't even have to be true. You just got to fit in with the pack, man. You have to. No matter what happens in life, I have to be accepted by everybody. That's the globe mentality. Even
I just wanted to say, I think you could make the argument that the fine gentleman just made. I think you can make it the other direction. See, if you're a godless atheist because you believe the Earth's a spinning ball and there is no God, then you can feel comfortable with doing a lot of stupid stuff and still feel comfortable with yourself.
Well, yes, if you believe in the globe, you'll believe literally anything anyone presents to you.
Okay, I have a question about something that we were talking about earlier. We were talking about
the former president of Brazil is a flat earther. You guys can look it up. His name was Bolsonaro.
Interesting.
On top of that, a study was done a little while ago, at least if you believe it or whatever, that after this poll was done, 7% of the people of Brazil are flat earthers.
Well, you know what they did to Bolsonaro? They completely ruined his image, and he actually got shut down. Why? Because he was one of the few presidents that was sticking up to coronavirus, said it didn't exist, and said that it was literally the government's trying to control the people. I'm not sure. I think he might be in jail now. I have no idea what happened to him. So when you speak the truth, they come after you. It's that simple. That's why you have some celebrities that spoke up about flat Earth. Tila Tequila, what's his name? Kyrie Irving, a famous basketball player. Some of these people spoke up about it, but then guess what happened? They got shut down the very next week, right? The media started ridiculing them. Next thing you know, they start losing money.
The basketball, the NBA players, I thought that was a big deal when Irvin and Curry, both of them, like came out like in a yeah.
Well,
That
it's
was
always nice. It's always nice when a celebrity or an athlete comes out and says they're a flat earther. Why? Because a lot of these, and I don't mean to be rude, but we call it like globies, normies kind of thing, right? A lot of the normies, they look up to these celebrities, right? And to these athletes and stuff, right? And they want to be just like them and they listen to every word they say. So when the very idols of their own idols are telling them the earth is flat, it's like to me, it's like a joke, you know? It's just funny because.
Dude, you can go on
It's
YouTube.
like one guy.
You can
He
go
sends me
on
all this video
YouTube.
of Andrew
Listen,
Tate.
you might be blown away by this, but you can go on YouTube and look up St. Louis Cardinals flat earthers, okay?
Yeah.
And find out that like one of these guys that's in the locker room with them, one of the coaches or whatever, he says half of his team is flat earthers.
Well, usually a lot of rich people are flat earthers. Why? Because they have more access to knowledge. They're around other wealthy people, right? They're in on the secrets kind of thing a little bit more.
But he said it on the air, like in the booth, like on the radio.
Well, this is what I'm saying. These Cardinals, they're all multi-millionaire superstars. You know what I mean? They all live in mansions, right? Yeah, they're in on it, man. Everyone, these guys that are at the top, they go to parties, right? They meet other fucking millionaires. They tell them, hey, guess what? The Earth's flat. You know what I mean? So,
well, no. He's kind of making fun of it. He's like, he's not. I mean, actually, he doesn't really. He's actually really cool about it. The way he does it, he's not really making fun of it, but the way that he says it, it's like, yeah, he's just letting the guy know, like, by the way, like half of my team, they're all flat earthers. Like, they're like.
So one of my buddies is a globie, right? One of my buddies is a globie, right? He loves this guy Andrew Tate. I'm sure you guys heard of him. And he's showing me all these videos about Andrew Tate. Guess what happens? A week later, Andrew Tate makes a video laughing at globies, right? Telling them that they're fucking idiots for thinking the Earth is not flat, right? Or they're thinking the Earth's a ball. And then all of a sudden, I'm like, oh, what happened to your guy, man? You know what I mean? You're showing me videos of him every day, and now as soon as he talks about flat Earth, you don't want to shout him out anymore, right? So it's like, this is what I mean. Like people look up to these, these celebrities and shit. And then next thing you know, you find out that your idol, this celebrity you're looking up to, he's a flat earther. What are you gonna say now? Right? So it's like, I don't know. It's just kind of like funny to me, man, because I mean, no one's gonna listen to like the homeless guy on the street saying the Earth is flat, right? But all of a sudden, fucking LeBron James says it. Next thing you know, everyone's fucking questioning it, right? So it goes again it goes again about this whole fucking somebody else mentioned it, this mob mentality or whatever, or just wanting to fit in, right? It speaks to that again, where it's like, they're just jumping on from one bandwagon to the next. Most people are like this, unfortunately. Go wait till the World Cup comes. You'll see at work everyone starts talking about soccer, and these people don't watch soccer. It's a natural human thing, right? People want to fit in. They want to jump on the bandwagon.
That most people in the stadium are just people who are looking for something to do that night. They got a date, or they're just like, let's get out. I got tickets to work. Like that's most people in there. Always.
I mean, I don't want to change the topic too much, but sports, for example, it's like, most of them are rigged, right? And if you look back in the days,
I mean, it's hard. It's hard to say how they can rig sports. Honestly, I don't know. That's a tough conversation to get into.
Like, if you look back in the days of the Coliseum,
anybody that can put a bunch of paper freaking spectators and put that on TV, they stand some questioning.
But going back to the flat Earth thing, like, once you even start questioning, if you Riri, are you still here? Yeah. If you genuinely, look into this, I don't know how long you've been looking into this, but
about 2 weeks.
Sounds like you're a little kind of new. Okay, if you give it another 2 or 3 months, I guarantee you, it'll be worth your time. You will thank us after, bro.
Yeah, I'm planning on sticking around for a bit longer. I'm still learning a bunch.
Because all that's going to happen is you're going to learn more and more about flat Earth. That's really all that's going to happen, and more lies are going to be revealed, right? But NASA, for example, it's a great thing to look at because we know how much money they make, right? We know how much tax dollars go into it. We know it was formed after World War II. We know that they hired a bunch of German Nazi scientists, and I think the fucking head of NASA, I forget his name, maybe someone can help me, was a full-out Nazi.
Werner von Braun.
There you go.
The S2 rocket engineer ran a death camp
Was it him who had the weird flat Earth quote on his tombstone?
Amen. That was him.
Yeah, Psalms.
So there you go. There you go.
Firmament.
Go look at that guy's tombstone. He's basically admitting that the Earth is flat.
No, he's not. That verse did not mean that at all.
What did it say? Let's read it.
The heavens declare the glory of God, and the sky shows his handiwork. He was a rocket scientist, so he said, "Hey, look, the sky and the heavens show God's handiwork."
Yeah, the only
translation
it does show
didn't
God's
say
handiwork.
firmament.
Yeah, over the flat Earth. Yeah, up is always up. He's right.
Now remember that the Nazis, they had they had the best propaganda machine ever known to man. Like they were the number one. They had the best.
The fact that we think that tells me that we have the best propaganda machine known to man.
Well, what happened was, if you look at what happened, right? First of all, everyone, if you know World War II, everyone knows that Germany came close to winning this war. I mean, they took out. Look at all the countries that they took over. You know what I
Why
mean?
did Matthew have to take it out of context and say that his headstone says sky when it actually says firmament?
It does not say firmament on his headstone.
Yeah, it does. Let me see.
It does not.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering too.
Will you admit if you're wrong, or will you just?
Yeah, I will.
Okay.
It doesn't say. It only gives the numbers, but Matthew picks one of the only translations that doesn't say firmament.
Right.
Or let's just say there's plenty.
Okay, so that's
Matthew, do you believe in the Mandela effect? Do you think that the verse could change?
The Mandela effect is a description of a psychological phenomenon where people forget things and then think that their memory is correct and that the world changed and not their memory.
Or
Matthew, are you aware of the?
Or maybe you're
CIA operation?
all aspects, and they're trying to convince the world to agree with you.
The world.
Matthew, do you know what Operation Fishbowl was? And that's a CIA operation.
Wait one moment. Wait one moment for new programming. 1 second, please.
Could you give a single example of the Mandela effect actually happening where the world...
I'm not actually trying to argue for the Mandela effect. What I'm saying is what you're saying is nuts. That's all I was really saying.
Did it say firmament or did it not say firmament?
No, it just says Psalms 19:1.
Psalms 19:1, right?
It doesn't actually say it.
Oh, okay. So
he just went with a translation that he likes. So fair enough.
Okay, so we debunked that.
No, you didn't.
Now there's a CIA operation called Operation Fishbowl.
Wait a second. Before you go on to Fishbowl, was what Matthew's saying is out of the heliocentric Christian Bible, right?
No, it's out of a Bible written in English.
Yeah, they believe in balls in that Christian religion, huh?
Well, I
wouldn't say that. No, I wouldn't say that.
You would have. I'm not a religious person, so I don't really know exactly how you would source it back. You have to go as early as possible. That's
any Christian will.
Well, King James Version says firmament. I'll go with that.
Well, sure, but
this is the one I read. That was the version I read.
Yeah, I mean, King James
right?
was translated in the year 1611, so I would prefer to use a translation.
You got the head of NASA talking about a firmament on his tombstone, so that should make you think a little bit.
What translation?
I'd rather go closer to the source of the writings, personally.
Yeah, why does it make sense to go farther from the source?
Matthew, which translation are you using, Matthew?
The ESV.
Okay.
So while they look it up, I guess, or we can wait.
I put
Anyone?
25. I put 25
Psalm
different
29, right?
verses.
No, it's 19:1, I think.
Oh, 19:1. I'm sorry. Excuse me.
But Riri, do you get the point?
About what?
That the head of NASA, this Werner von Braun or whatever the German guy's name was, on his tombstone, usually what happens before somebody dies when they're really old? They want to let go of whatever evil is left in them or lies or whatever. It's like they're on their deathbed. They're going to tell you the truth, right? It happens all the time. People come up and tell people something they haven't told in so many years because they're on their deathbed, right? They want to come clean. So this guy came clean and put this quote on his tombstone.
Yeah.
The head of NASA, talking about how beautiful God's work is and talking about a firmament. So that's like one of the red flags. Also, this thing with the Nazis, right?
Mm-hmm.
They were big on space and rockets and all this kind of shit, right? They were actually leading. Why would the Americans hire all these Nazi scientists? And if you look at the technology, look at the weaponry they had. It was far more advanced than the States at the time.
Well,
I don't know about now.
Hold on. Part of it is because they didn't want the Russians to get them as well. So you don't want your enemies having these fucking people working for them. So they got the better of the crop.
Thank you. That's a good point too. That's a great point. You're right, because exactly, it was either they're going to go work for the Russians or they're going to work for the States, right? And then you have the Antarctic Treaty. 7 countries signed a deal saying we're going to block off this fucking Antarctica. No one's going to come through. We're going to post up our militaries here, and no one's going to have access ever. And then 50 other countries signed that deal with them later on. So you have 60 countries. So the Antarctic Treaty is it's an agreement between these countries where they blocked it off with their military. There's a certain point. If you go to Antarctica, you cannot cross it. It's forbidden. So we have no way to explore that land and no way to confirm what's past those lands.
I understand what you're saying.
And I'll tell you the reason. Simply because there are more lands past Antarctica. If you found, let's say, land the equivalent the size of North America, and it's got oil, it's got everything, right? Resources.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you share that with the rest of the world? These people. There was one guy who asked me one time, "Oh, why would they lie to us? Why would the elites? Why would the ruling class? And why would the people who control the world lie to us?" I thought it was the dumbest question you could ever ask. Why wouldn't they? And there's one YouTube video, it got taken down, but I loved it because it was back in the day when I saw it. And it said, "Why would they lie?" The next frame said, "Because they don't love you." Who the fuck are you for them to tell you? They got to come and tell you the truth about everything? How much resources there are, how many more lands there are, this, that. Who the fuck are we? You weren't born into a royal family. Why should you know? But it's this blind trust that the normies have. Blind trust in the government, blind trust in the elites, blind trust in doctors, blind trust in scientists. This is why we call them normies, Riri, right? Because they're blindly just trusting all these quote-unquote authorities, right?
I get what you're saying, yeah.
The stars and the moon and these lights that you see in the sky, how do we know what that is? I have my own theory. I don't know if somebody may agree or disagree. But when I look up to the stars at night, I'm thinking we might be even looking into the spirit world. It might be connected to this physical realm in some way, right?
Okay.
We don't know what those lights are.
Mm-hmm. Theories are good.
And why would, and that's another thing, we see the moon, we see the sun, right? You see a circle. But a circle is not necessarily a sphere.
Of course.
So that's a whole other thing, right? It's people are assuming these are spheres in the sky. so many other shapes that have a circle in them. What do you call it? I don't know. Just, you know what I'm talking
A
about,
hemisphere or a circle, I guess. A disc, if you will, I guess, in 3D cylinder.
Yeah, sure.
right?
Mm-hmm. I saw
And
this interesting GIF one time. Someone posted of 4 spherical-looking objects on a table, and you pick up the 4 objects, and none of them were spheres. It was like a hemisphere and I forget what the shapes were,
that's
but
another thing. We have the star of Polaris. We have certain stars that they don't move. We see them all year round, right?
yeah.
If we were shooting through space at millions of miles per hour, we wouldn't be seeing the same stars.
I mean, in the globe Earth model, the stars are very far away. So even though we are moving, you wouldn't notice an appreciable movement over time of that. But I get your point. Yeah.
No, I know. I know what you're saying too. Like we were all taught this, right? But I don't know.
I
It's like with the moon landing too, right? That's like a prerequisite. If you believe in the moon landing, it's gonna take you a while to learn about flat Earth. Because first you need to know that was a load of shit. And it shouldn't be so hard to convince someone. All you have to do is look at this fucking lunar module made out of cardboard and fucking foil paper. So
yeah.
if you can get past that part and conclusively say that there was no moon landing, right? Then we don't even know if you can land on the moon. And who's to say we have technology that can even travel towards the moon, or let alone come back in one piece?
Mm-hmm.
Look at the moon with your own eyes. Do you really think a rocket can go that far? To me, it's just, once I learned about flat Earth, I'm like, all this shit just looked so unbelievable to me.
I think
I couldn't believe how I used to believe in these things.
I think it'd be very, very, very difficult to go to the moon.
You see a plane, right? You could see how high it is in the sky.
Mm-hmm.
Compare that to the length of the distance of the moon. It's maybe like 100 times further.
It's pretty far.
And that's as far as planes can go. Planes are like what? One of the greatest fucking pieces of technology that we have right now in human history. What's after that? Rockets?
Yeah, I mean, theoretically, yeah.
Look at all the rocket videos. Have you seen hundreds, if not thousands, of rocket videos like we have? Because we've seen them all, Riri. And in 90% of them, you can literally see the rocket fucking descending. They're not even smart enough to cut that part out. These rockets, they shoot them up, they land in the sea.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Eventually, yeah.
So it's just a lot of stuff. It's not one thing. It's not gonna be one thing that will like convince you, or that you'll be like, you know what, this is it. It's like a gradual. For me, it was like a gradual thing. It was like one piece. It's like a puzzle, right? You're getting one piece at a time.
Yeah. For now, it's like you're saying a lot of things that like each thing you're saying requires me to like think about little parts of it still.
Oh, for sure. I mean,
like the last thing you said, like that 90% of the videos you see the rocket coming back down. I haven't seen that yet. I've only seen videos of them going up and just leaving.
Yeah, because they cut the video.
Yeah.
I'm talking about like videos of, like, I'm not talking about a NASA broadcast. I'm talking about people who film, like they go to these rocket, like there's people that show up to these things where you can see the rocket take off and they film it with their own phone.
I've been there.
And you will see that at some point it just goes like it just stops going up. You know what I mean? It starts going to the side, then it starts descending. Well, maybe you haven't seen all the videos that we've seen, but there's like a ton of these.
I haven't seen of one going up and descending back. All the ones I've seen in person, they go up and just disappear. They do start going to the side. That's because
you see them arc, don't you?
Well, we don't. Yeah, what happens is they tilt the camera. When it starts descending, they tilt it in a way where it makes it seem like it's still going up. But if you really pay attention to it, you'll notice.
Do you have one of these videos? Can anyone Does anyone have one handy? I don't want to.
Literally the last one. I forget what it was, like the last fucking one that they did, like recently. And it's funny because the footage is terrible. Usually you just see a fucking dot. Like when they brought back footage of the black hole, we were laughing. At this point, I was already a flat earther, you know. Once you get to that point where you're a flat earther, you see the NASA footage and the pictures that come out, and it just all looks like just so fake, you know. And for example,
Yeah.
like they had like a few months ago, maybe last year or 2 years ago, they said, you know, we have the first picture of the black hole. This is like, you know, human history. We were never able to take a picture before. They
I know
showed
it,
us the
yeah.
picture. What was it? What was the picture? It was a black screen
It was
with
a
a
fuzzy
tiny
little picture,
orange
yeah.
dot. My fucking my 4-year-old niece could fucking do this on PowerPoint or Paint, MS Paint.
Mm-hmm.
This is the $10 billion that they get a year. They come back. This is the result. They come back with a fucking black screen and an orange circle in it, a dot.
Yeah.
It's a joke.
It's at least 20 billion now.
What's
It's at
20 billion?
Right?
Yeah, it was
how much
19
taxes
billion.
people
It
paid
was 19,
to fund
it was
NASA.
19 billion a year. 19 billion a year was about like in 2016 or something. So it's over
So
that
from
now.
a financial point alone, it's already worth it. They're making 20 billion a year off of this embezzlement scam.
Mm-hmm.
So when people ask why would they lie, there's numerous reasons why they would lie: money, control, power, fear mongering.
Yeah.
Limit resources, make engineer obsolescence, like engineered shortages, so they can balloon up and then deflate the money supply and change the amount that things cost based on their value that is artificially created. You know?
Imagine they're selling real estate on the moon. You can buy a piece of the moon for like I don't know how many tens of millions of dollars. Think about how funny that scam is. There's a couple of
I
idiot
got a
billionaires.
refracted bridge for sale for anybody who's going for that.
I'll sell you a piece of the moon right now. Give me the money, man.
Yeah, okay. So I got to go somewhat soon, but I do have one question from a discussion a bit earlier about Iceland and the sun and Argentina and stuff.
Yeah.
I get how summers and winters can have their different lengths over Iceland. It makes a lot of sense for that. You can have the sun having a short orbit above the Earth in the summer down near the North Pole, and in the then it goes into a longer orbit out near Argentina. But I'm not yet connecting the dots there on how that would create a long day in the summer in Argentina. I feel like it should be way out there, and the sun passes over it for like a little bit, and then for the most other like 75% of its orbit, it's way off somewhere else far from Argentina.
The sun's going to be higher on your horizon in Argentina when it's down there in Capricorn.
Okay.
So there's that.
But like, what's your point with that?
More daylight, brighter days, warmer days. I don't know about the length specifically.
I mean, you can have full length days in Argentina, like down in the south.
Well, it's almost right at the equator or slightly south of the equator.
I mean, so the far south part of Argentina called Tierra del Fuego is
right. Okay, yeah,
pretty far south. And if you go down there, you'll have days in the summer that just like it's like constant sunlight all day, pretty much.
I think the reason why you're confused is because you're still looking at Argentina on a globe map.
No, I think he's taking into account the way the tropics and stuff work and the flat concept.
I was going to say, have you been down there to see that?
I haven't, but I have a good friend from Argentina who told me that.
Yeah, but you know what the difference is, Riri? Like, flat earthers are not the ones making any claims, right? We're not the ones telling you exactly how big the universe is, whether this plane is infinite or not, whether there are other realms above or beneath us. We're just saying it's not a ball. We're just saying we're not
Yeah.
spinning on a ball. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I
It's
get you.
actually the globies that are making all the claims.
Mm-hmm. It's
So
just
it's kind of it's one of those things where it's like we don't have an answer to everything, but it doesn't mean that they do.
It's just on a flat Earth. I can't picture how you would ever have a long day of sun in the summer in Argentina, in the southern part of Argentina.
The
I can't
sun's
imagine.
almost directly
You just
above
have
you.
to imagine the sun rotating in different ways, right? Like for example, okay, let's just
Hold on. Before you guys go on, what does that have to do with the Earth measuring flat against the accepted globe math?
Sorry?
What does the sun have anything to do with Earth measuring flat?
Nothing.
Thank you.
Yep, and that's why it's a good point. We kind of get lost because when
That's
we're
a
talking
good
about
point, actually.
what's in the sky is totally different, and that is a different realm. It's not ever going to prove anything about the surface we are on, the Earth itself, because for instance, we don't know even what the source of the light is of any of those things up there, whatever they are. I don't want to call them objects because they don't appear like objects. They don't behave like objects. And they're saying they're objects existing in a place that can't exist or it would violate the second law of thermodynamics, which has never been violated and is impossible to violate.
If gravity exists, then second law is not violated.
Okay, put it this way, Riri, do you believe in God?
Yes, it is.
So for example, like I do too, right?
Okay.
So basically you can understand that this world was made with divine powers. So how are the scientists going to be able to explain all of that? There's sciences that just cannot explain certain miracles, for example, right? There's certain things that even the greatest scientists in the world cannot explain, does not know the answer to.
Yeah, of course.
Right? So this is another thing too. There's a lot of this stuff that just none of us even understand. For example, like a lot of people don't even understand how this world was even formed in the first place,
Of
right?
course, yeah. No
Some
one
people
does.
say Big Bang, others say God created it in 7 days, right? So that's what I mean. It's like there's not going to be always a situation where like someone can give you an answer to everything.
Yeah. I subscribe to the religious theory that God set up the world in a scientific way that can be explained and left it to us to kind of figure out. So but like Big Bang is like a theory, but like of course no scientists promise to claim that Big Bang is the answer, nor do any scientists claim that we know what happened. Like yeah, I completely agree with you. We have no idea what happened or how the universe. But
Well, we kind of do know actually because this place is
You're
flat,
wrong.
level, stationary,
No,
and contained.
no.
Too many of your other
No.
ideas have to do with that basic conception.
Oh,
You
sorry,
have,
we weren't
like,
talking about we weren't talking about the Earth itself. We're talking about like just this whole realm, for example. You know what I mean?
Yeah, everything. Yeah.
Listen.
Like, yeah, we went into a different tangent. We went onto the sky and the sun and stuff. But
Hold on, let AI speak now.
Yeah, just hold on.
You went on a tangent of making a claim that no scientist says that the Big Bang is definitive and they understand how things came about. That's false. I just was listening to a physics lecture not just the other day where the guy said we fully understand how the universe came to be. So you're wrong.
Yeah. Okay.
Now you can then parse it out. Oh, well, he's not a real scientist then. But you're just categorically wrong. Just that simple.
Yeah, well, I mean, this Big Bang stuff's a tangent. It's not. No one's relevant to anything we're talking about in the end. I think.
No, it is very relevant. You know, the laws of nature.
Yeah.
No, I mean,
for
laws of nature are
example,
important.
we made a claim recently. Well, not we, but somebody, that if gravity exists, then the second law of thermodynamics isn't violated. So that being the case, then you'd have no problem demonstrating that, would you?
Demonstrating that gravity exists, you mean?
No. That gravity can do the thing you claim it does.
I think what you're saying is that a thing that would have gravity should be detectable, right? Like, is that about it?
I correct me if I'm wrong. Like I said, I'm new here, so I'm still learning things. But I believe the argument about second law is that basically, if you have a ball of gas, there should be nothing keeping it there. It should expand off into the vacuum of space, and that is just the fact that it's magically staying there would violate the expansion of entropy. Or that's but basically, right? Something like
It
that.
has to be a physical barrier. Physical.
Yeah. So,
okay, for example, this would be a flat Earth. This would be related to flat Earth. For example, if when you say water always finds its level,
okay, yeah,
right?
yeah.
That could explain why the water is not flying off of this ball in space rather than gravity. You get what I'm saying?
Well, water always
What
finds its
happens?
level in a globe Earth model because of gravity.
Yeah, but what happens to water in a vacuum?
It would evaporate.
Oh, really?
What? Well, hold on. Would it not? I'm asking you. I'm not sure. What do you mean?
When water evaporates, what is it actually doing? You're not heating it. Let's be clear. You're not applying heat to it. You're just giving it available space to fill.
Yeah.
So it fills the available space, correct?
Yeah. So it turns into a gas.
It does so even at the surface, where gravity is the strongest. So when you try to demonstrate that gravity can do this thing you claim, every time it results in the thing in question going away and saying, sayonara, sucker.
Well, gravity is not what...
practical... Listen, pro. I don't care what gravity is and isn't. Okay, I'm talking about practical demonstration. Okay, until you have practical demonstration, you have a cool assertion.
Right, I see what you're saying.
All of that?
Yeah, okay. My only claim was countering the fact that, or not the fact. I was trying to respond to the statement that the presence of balls of gas in space violates the second law of thermodynamics, or balls of anything. Yeah, I guess balls of gas. Yeah.
Well, actually, see, that's not even a properly formulated argument, because your idea of space is not a vacuum. It's a near vacuum, whatever. I don't know where the gradient starts and ends. They've never defined that.
I don't think it's defined.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's
how convenient.
But anyway,
no, not anyway. Anyway, your universe is ever expanding and always creates a vacuum of the same fucking pressure, which is nearly zero. But like it's always expanding faster than the speed of near the speed of light. That's what they say.
No, you're right. Faster than the speed of light.
Yeah.
Is it?
Allegedly.
Yeah, you have quite the story to fucking stand by, dude. If we want to really press you.
Yeah, with zero proof seas, by the way.
Yeah. Which is why.
Let's just stop there and soak that in for a moment. Zero demonstrable proof seas.
Yeah. No, I don't know how to prove gravity. Yeah, I know. I agree. I've been thinking about that quite a lot the last 2 weeks. How?
Well, this is why it's called the theory of gravity.
Yeah.
No,
sorry,
that's not.
Go ahead. What were you saying?
No, that's wrong. That's not why it's called the theory of gravity. It's called the theory of gravity because they're borrowing vicarious merit from scientific theories, right? And scientific theories are arrived at through systematic observation and validation by experimentation. Okay, it's not just a theory in the sense of, well, I suppose that such and such is so and so. No, that's not what they mean by theory.
Right.
Probably better call it a
Yeah,
model,
it's the
maybe. I'm not sure.
scientists. It's the top scientists that are agreeing on this kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like,
The top pseudoscience, you mean, right?
right. And remember, Riri, these scientists, these top scientists, usually they work for, some very evil people. Right? They're working for the top of the top, right?
Uh-huh.
People who don't have your best interests in mind.
Mm-hmm.
But
Okay.
that's just obvious. Like I said, in order to understand flat Earth, first you need to understand that there are evil families or whatever you want to call them, groups, elites that control the Earth, that have all the money, that rule all the nations.
Mm-hmm. And those are the people who would actually rather you do what they want you to do rather than what you want to do.
Right, like talk about them rather than talk about the merits of the case, which is what? So gravity, in your view, what does gravity mean?
Is that a question?
Yeah, what is, in your view, what does gravity mean? Like, what is meant when someone says gravity?
That's a hard question. What does gravity
Well, Raymond, what
mean?
were you thinking about? You said you're about to. Sorry, I cut you off earlier. You were about to say something about like you're thinking about the theory of gravity or whatever. How there was no proof, and
Yeah, no, I think I was just saying basically I've been here 2 weeks. I have it's my first time talking in voice today, but I have like 80 pages of messages or something, and
Answer the question that was posited to you before he interrupted with a question that was posited minutes ago.
the question of what does gravity mean to me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not. It's the. Well, it's
who cares? Who cares? Just throw out what it
I don't
means
know.
to you,
It's
and
a
just
weird.
tell me what it is. Just tell me what it is.
It's the thing that appears visually, at least. I'm not going to explain any fundamental concept right now that brings masses together.
What? So it's like Hitch.
What's Hitch? Sorry.
Hitch. It's a movie with Will Smith where he brings people together who are destined to be together.
Is there any kind of specific kind of thing they bring together that it brings together in this reunion of sorts?
Are
they particular? Is it particular about it, or is it just picky?
Red colors and blue. No, I'm kidding.
Hey, Riri.
Hey, yeah.
If you have any friends who are pilots, fly planes, they'll all
I've
tell
flown
you
one before.
the first thing you learn in the manual, the first rule: do not take in the Earth's curvature into consideration at all when you're flying. Right?
Sure.
It literally says there, fly as if you're flying on a flat plane. First, that's the first and foremost thing they have to learn. Then they can learn about, how to, what do you call it? Lift the nose and all that bullshit, fly with the wings.
Kind of hopping from one lily pad to the next here.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I still have the topic of Argentina kind of on hold in the back of my mind.
Yeah, so fair. So speaking of lily pads that are close enough to hop to, maybe they're being brought together by gravity, which thinks they have a destiny and that they would like lattes in the summer afternoon. So, my friend, what kinds of things does gravity bring together? Because hold on a second, I'm going to put this rock here.
Okay.
I'm going to put this rock here. Now, I noticed that the rocks. I noticed how the rocks went to the ground, but I didn't notice them coming together.
Like
kumbaya, we're friends now.
I mean, you can calculate the force predicted by the model of gravity, and it would be nowhere near enough to overcome friction.
Okay, friend. That's what's called non-demonstrable. You understand?
Yeah.
So why should I bother? You told me that gravity brings things together. These two things are not coming together. So your assertion is false.
Okay.
On its face. Face, it's false. So you need to reword.
You're right. Yeah, you're right. It's a good point. Okay. As I described it earlier, you're right. That was not a good enough description.
So, like, how many more dreams do you have to have before it becomes real?
I don't know.
Hold on, guys,
I'm
guys,
working on it.
stop! Everybody, stop! The rocks just started getting closer together. Holy moly! Oh, I'm moving it with my hand. Oh,
darn!
Hey, if you're
I thought we
saying
cursed
that
gravity for a second.
if you're saying that this gravity is causing things to attract each other because of sizes or mass,
Mm-hmm.
why when I go to the store and I see the fat lady, I don't feel attracted to her?
ooh!
Indeed,
That's a good
gravity
point.
cannot be real then.
Well, there's density and buoyancy, right?
Okay.
Yeah, well, the effects that we describe as gravity can still be the same. It's just how we describe them and how we define them. Like,
For example, you drop a bowling ball, it's going to go much further than you drop a feather.
He
That's
was on
just
the
like
ropes. He was on the
common
ropes.
sense, man. You don't need gravity for that.
Well, that's air resistance.
He was on the ropes, but for some reason his team decides to take the other guy's arms and put him behind the ropes, and now the other guy's punching him in the stomach. Oh, what's going to happen? Round 3. Ding, ding, ding.
What? Sorry. So
No, my
let's.
point, my friend, is all these other guys are positing ideas and alternatives, right? And you're still hemming and hawing about this thing which you posited does things. So can you tell us what it is, or do you need to go and, research it a little further, maybe?
Wait, what are we talking about now?
The original question originally was what is, or like how do I view gravity, or like what is it to me? And my initial answer was not very good, which you guys pointed out to me. Thank you. And I guess I'll just return to the answer I had before, which is no, I don't know what gravity is.
Thank you.
I admit it. Yeah.
Yeah, join the club with real physicists and scientists who are honest.
well, are we calling Neil deGrasse Tyson honest and all that? Because he said that too.
Well, you can be honest. You can be honest in a moment and not honest in a trajectory.
Makes sense. Yeah. No, yeah, we
Yeah,
have no
quote.
idea what gravity is. Like
What is
at its core, we don't
gravity?
know.
Don't
We don't
know
know.
what it is. Next question. We only know what we see it do, or what we attribute to it. We don't actually know what it is.
Yeah.
Yet we linchpin our faith upon what it has done in the past and what will do in the future, even though we can't define what it is. Oh wow, that sounds a lot like that sounds a lot like a religious belief.
Okay. Well, anyway, we were talking about Argentina, and someone mentioned the second law thing, and I got distracted by that. But I'm still kind of curious. I'm still not completely clear on how
The
Argentina
sun
can have
moves
very
around the earth.
but like
God
if it
was
moves.
kind enough to all the people, all the nations, to make sure they all had sunlight for each day. It's that simple.
No,
The sun
hold
travels around the earth.
on, guys. I know everybody in here has some religious belief, like for the most part, and you want to go and like jump on this. But this is not where this guy is coming from. So he wants to know how the sun works physically over the Earth, the flat Earth.
Yeah, you need to ask God, bro. You know what I mean?
Okay, I'll give him the answer.
Good answer.
I'll give him the answer. I'll give him the answer. I'll give him the answer, my friend. Here's how it works.
Okay.
It does what it does, and it appears like it appears. Nobody's been to its location to verify where it is in free space, what it actually is, or what it actually is actually doing.
Wait,
And
hold
that
on.
applies to all camps.
Hold on. Don't forget. I know the Soho is showing us the sun every day. So I don't know what you mean by that, sir.
The Soho?
What's that?
There's the satellite, the Soho satellite, right?
Oh, destination unknown. I get it now. Destination unknown. Ruby, 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 Soho.
Yeah, that's
How
the one.
apropos. How apropos. The
I know.
destination is unknown. We
Oh
don't know
yeah,
where
you're
the
right.
sun is.
That's Ruby. Who was that again?
Dang.
It was a punk band. I can't remember. Dang.
Nobody Walks in L.A. is their other hit. I can't remember the freaking name. Damn, that's horrible. Rock and roll.
Well, dude, when you only have one hit, you might as well just be called by the tagline of the song.
It's the band that made the Soho song.
But you know
Exactly.
why religion? But bro, you know why religion is sort of tied into this whole flat Earth thing? Because even in the numerology and like the globe mathematics, a lot of it has actually satanic numerology in it, and it was purposely done that way.
Missing persons.
So,
yes, that's interesting. However, what's satanic numerology?
Oh, you want me to show you an example?
No, I just man. I mean,
there's like a
like,
666 in there.
How about,
Yeah,
great. So
how about all of it?
Where's the number 666 come from?
I'll show you. Hold on.
The answer is the Bible, right? And when it's in the Bible and the Bible talks about it, does it say? What does it say is the root of that number? Man. It's the number of man.
Right. It's a man. It's not the devil, dude. It's the number of a man.
I don't know my point is that's just one example. There's other examples, but the point is that like in numerology itself and in this mainstream science, there's a lot of like just hidden signs in there too, right? It's kind of like when you watch The Simpsons and you see a fucking Mason or whatever devil sign in the background kind of thing. Right? It's the same kind of programming, right? The mathematics, it's all bullshit.
Right, but I'm just positing the idea.
How the fuck do they know how fast a fucking ball is spinning around the sun? You know what I mean? For example, even if it was true, I'm trying to like put I don't know, just have an imagination and think like the Earth is a fucking globe again. Even in that realm, how the fuck would the people even know how fast it was spinning or going through space? There'd be no way to measure that.
I was going to say something about
that.
the numbers. Everything number-wise, Tesla was like, hey, yo, it's a 369 reality, right? Whether or not that was true, if numbers are a thing and 3s and 6s and 9s are a thing here that are energetic and productive, right, and kind of rule stuff, well, if numbers rule things, it's in the way that you use them. They're not evil inherently. A 666 is not evil inherently. It's just how it's used. Everything is intention. Thank you.
Yeah, like 30 degrees. So you've heard about 33-degree Mason, and a lot of people put it into a lot of things, but 30 degrees makes a triangle that you can superimpose into different orientations against itself to match like the meridian lines of the Earth, to map a pendulum that swings, a swing that measures 1 second, and all other kinds of different things.
3 straight lines.
Yeah,
I
want to get back to
3 straight lines.
I want to talk about the sun, though, because that kid's still here. You ever wonder why they have a satellite looking at the sun, but there's no satellite looking at Earth? But they can afford to have one looking at the sun all day. All these asteroids that supposedly hit Earth, you think they would have a satellite pointed towards Earth so we can know what's coming at us? But no, none of that. But there's one looking at the sun.
What do you mean? They do have satellites pointing towards the Earth. I mean,
no, they don't.
Theoretically, they claim they do.
Yeah, but that's not what we're talking about. That's like some static little bullshit. Like, you think what the IMAX could do with actual real live footage in one of their little imaginary rides. People go into IMAX theater and they look up, pretend they're in space and shit. Think what they could do with actual live footage.
Yeah, but there's live footage of the sun. You see what I'm saying? Not, what I'm saying? So they can record the sun, but they can't record the Earth, right? Doesn't make any sense.
Oh, you mean the big telescopes?
No, it's not a telescope. It's a satellite.
Then yeah, they do have satellites looking at the Earth.
Satellites are bullshit too.
We know that, dude.
I'm talking Riri right now.
I know, that's what I'm talking to. I'm trying to get him to understand the contradiction. It doesn't make any sense. You have a satellite here staring at the sun, but you don't have one staring at the Earth 24 hours.
There's one staring at the Earth.
No, there isn't. What is it?
Which one?
I posted it 42 minutes past the hour.
What's it called, man?
Epic Discover.
Listen, friends.
And so can we tap into this and watch the live feed?
You can download their latest images from their website.
Oh, so it's images. It's not actual live feed like we have with the sun.
Wait, is it
You
a,
gotta be
is it
kidding
a
me.
alleged?
You can't even get video?
You have video of the sun, but you can't video the earth, right?
There's
How
not
does that
video.
make sense?
All praise, all praise. Everybody rise for the NASA video.
How does that make sense to you, man? How is that
All
logical?
rise.
Let's scrutinize the actual claim. So this claim of the epic la-di-da, what does it claim to be doing? Taking the whole Earth shot, a portion of the Earth, what?
The lit portion of the Earth.
What distance is it from the Earth?
About 1 million miles.
Sorry.
Okay, so does it take a similar shot like what's that other one that supposedly takes a shot every 10 seconds or 11 seconds? Man, what is that one called?
Down
Himawari. Is
flying
it that one?
aircraft. I want to see landing aircraft in Australia landing upside down along the beach with surfers upside down.
Riri, you
This
know
is why
how
we need a more
what was the
robust
furthest
education
distance?
system.
You know the furthest distance that we've dug into the Earth?
Not very far.
Why are you going with that?
What does
It was
that have to
about
do
8
with the
miles.
topic at hand?
8 miles.
Dude, stop.
How the fuck do you think they can go that far?
You're
in
going all
space?
over the place and you're preaching to the choir with none of this stuff.
Bro, you're going to a different subject, dude. Stay on what we're talking about.
You might not know what we're talking about, to be honest. You got to be fair with people's limitations. So, okay, bro, what we're talking about is alleged satellites far away from the Earth taking pictures of the Earth. There you go.
Well, video footage is what we're getting into, and Matthew can't provide that.
What's the video of the sun like? What kind of video is it?
Just pop it up on YouTube. Soho satellite looking at the sun. Come here.
Okay, I'll go find it.
And there was actually one video where a solar flare shot off and revealed a cloaked spaceship. This was real footage. I can't find it anymore. I used to have it, but I can't find it anymore.
What the hell? That reminds me of the 90s, before their fisheye lens stuff got better, and they were using the tub there with the ISS in it for their scuba lessons. They were distracting y'all with pyramids on Mars and other stuff like that.
Bro,
Apollo 17 actually saw a spaceship, and they saw aliens. The aliens were pissed and told never come back.
Dude, the ship looked like the Klingon bird of prey from the original Star Trek. What movies? Yes, I'm not fucking lying. This was.
Yeah, dude, they're gonna start putting stuff that looks just like shit we grew up watching in the movies, and no one's gonna say a fucking thing. It's gonna be so funny.
And they're going to try to do it in the sky. Yeah, it's going to be funny. I can't wait. I hope I can see.
So for everyone's benefit, I posted a shot from the website that he posted, and he's telling us that that's an actual photo of the Earth.
Oh, sweet. Let's take a look.
That's an actual good one, Matthew.
Dude, that's great.
Cartoons from Matthew. Okay,
Dude, it's even got. Dude,
that's
blur edges. Blur edges right out of Photoshop.
Clouds are much brighter at the equator. They're a perfect stripe. They're like, yeah.
Yeah. Hey, are we at the equator? No, so we can't talk about it.
And once again, like North America is perfectly upright. You know, like not tilted at all.
Right in the middle.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way,
Doesn't
you know
look
the
very
NASA logo.
Doesn't
If
look
you
very
look at NASA's
parachute.
logo, that red line that you see there, that's a snake's tongue.
Where? Which one?
The red lines there in the NASA logo.
Oh yeah. Cool. Oh, I thought, we should find anomalies.
Real picture of Earth, just corrected.
That's the realest thing in that photo right there.
I think we need to investigate some of these clouds. Actually,
It's
Guys,
interesting.
I think you
All
need
of
to
the
shut
clouds
the
are
server
exactly
down.
where they were observed. So if
Yeah,
they
I
faked
think
it, they did
Matthew
a
just
really good
shut
job.
the server
No,
down.
no, that's wrong.
Yep.
You're wrong, Matthew.
All you have to do is put a freaking
Back it
little
up.
template up around the flat image, and you come up with the same.
Hey,
fucking-
so anyway, okay,
Anyway.
go.
It's
So I
not
got a
about you
question.
guys hooing about. No, it's
No,
just.
no. We're not going to get off that point. Okay, Matthew made a claim. We're going to scrutinize his claim that these clouds are where they're supposed to be. So what do you mean by that, Matthew?
I mean that at the time this picture was alleged to have been taken, that's what it matched the local weather conditions and everywhere on Earth. And it's never been proven wrong.
Really? Okay,
Yeah.
cool. So is it not true that a system exists which maps and renders the weather systems of the Earth?
I don't know. I mean,
I do know because me and my friends here, we just watched it not 3 days ago when somebody presented Himawari 8 as if it was an actual photograph. But lo and behold, we go to the NOAA website and you look at how they actually create it. It's actually an overlay onto, you guessed it, the blue marble data set.
Right.
That's corresponded with all of the information that's given on these electrical systems with their predictive programming data. So you essentially have a very near facsimile to a three-dimensional render. So not a photograph.
Yeah, so the Himawari takes pictures of clouds and they put it on a map. They match it up with the map.
With the ball.
Right.
So
They
not a
match it up with the
photograph.
ball. They match it up so it fits on a ball.
Yes, the point in question being that just because you have what appears to be matching weather systems doesn't mean you have validity.
Right, but it hasn't been proven wrong, is what I'm saying.
Oh, so is that how
What?
you go?
No,
through
hold
life?
on, hold
So
on.
Things to be
hold on.
proven wrong.
Let him
Hold
finish.
on.
He's getting somewhere.
Okay.
Yeah,
What
I'm just
hasn't
saying.
been proven wrong? That the weather systems match? I already told you how it's done. Of course they match. Why wouldn't
If
they
these
match?
are fake, you could just say, "Hey, look, over Florida it was cloudy that day, and this picture shows."
He's saying they're not fake.
Dude, bro, I just done told you they have a system that compiles the weather data and renders it onto the blue marble data set, creating a facsimile of pretty accurate within a margin of what you would see with your weather system, the same as they show you on the radars on the nightly news.
Where
So
do they
why
get the
would
weather
it not
data in the
match?
South Pacific?
Hey, Matthew. Yeah,
What's the South
sorry to
Pacific?
get
What's the
irritated.
South
'cause-
Pacific?
Why is there never any footage, any pictures with any satellites being shown in that surround the Earth? How come it never?
The same reason when you take a picture out the airplane window, you never see people.
Oh, really? So the
Right.
sun is shining on the Earth, but it's not glistening off the satellites that are surrounding it. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, just like when you take a picture out your airplane window.
Man, you're a fucking moron, dude. I'm
No, I'm
sick
saying.
of this fucking dude. I'm sorry.
Anyway, he
No,
asked
I
the
want to point
question.
out.
How do they?
I want to point out. So I posted the thing, the Truman Show. You've seen it, right?
I've seen the movie. Yeah.
Do you understand the premise of it?
Yes.
Okay. So why did they show on the graphic for this thing? Why did they show his little land as a globe?
I don't know.
Lou, what the
No,
fuck?
no, hold on. There's a point
Lou,
here.
you sound like Helio now, bro. You obviously
No. I understand. I'm drunk. I get that, but
Yeah,
I
but
got
dude,
a
it's
point.
annoying. It's annoying, bro. You're really slurring and shit, bro.
And distracting from the point.
The point being, why did they? Even though in the movie the whole premise, it's a flat Earth, it's a dome around him. Why did they create this globe? Why did they do that? Like, and how did they do that? If it's so difficult to do that.
You're asking why some marketing people put a globe in the image.
Well, I understand it's a stretch, but I'm just saying, like, this isn't pleasing to the eye, right? So they keep giving you this. This is some bullshit right here. The Truman Show is kind of like a way to tell you, like, no, This is some bullshit.
Sure.
So
And
if the greatest
meanwhile,
military advantage would be to control the skies, why would any military tell you how to control them?
yes, but anyway, to Matthew's question, how
Like
they get the data.
why would you expect?
Anybody else want to come up with a different point?
No, I didn't mean to detract from that. Sorry for being the annoying drunk. I do it from time to time, though. You shouldn't be surprised. Like, I do it. I'm just not as frequent, as Helio. Usually, you guys think I'm funny when I'm drunk. Tonight, this point, you didn't like it.
This one time you weren't funny. Only this one time. Anyway, the correct answer is they have predictive modeling, algorithms, all the data from the past and the future that they predict, and they have it all at the different shorelines, et cetera, et cetera. There's no one in the Pacific viewing these things, blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. It's all programmed. There you go. There's the answer, Matthew.
Okay, I understand your answer.
Because it's reoccurring. It's not really a prediction, is it?
And why would it matter what they're showing you in a location where there aren't people on the ground to actually verify it anyway?
And more relevant with what I was saying, actually, is like how easy it was in 1998 or 99 when they made that logo to just take some bullshit and make it look like a globe. Like your image right there does not look. I can just look at it and go like, yeah, that looks processed. That looks like bullshit.
Yeah, it's a digital image. Obviously, it's been processed a bit.
Well, why would we? Why do we need to accept it?
Hold on, Matthew. I do have a quick question for you. Do you think any of the images NASA has officially put out are faked?
No.
Holy
Some of them are photo illustrations.
No, you cannot backpedal from that. You're a fucking idiot.
I'm not an idiot. I'm smart.
Somebody, if you got Don,
somebody who's confident in their intelligence doesn't have to reaffirm it in public. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, because usually in public, we smart people don't get often called idiots. So I was just saying that I'm not an idiot.
No, but you kind of act like an idiot. I don't know if it's on purpose or not. You're a smart guy. You get paid the big bucks to be a smart guy, but you kind of act like a fucking retard.
Not that big.
Show him the footage of Don Petit. Show him that.
Well, when you act unassuming, people assume, and then they consume the bandwidth of the argument and give them the way out on the regular. It's usually the way it goes. But anyway.
Matthew, listen, buddy. I heard the disdain and the shame in your voice. You aren't an idiot. I called you an idiot. Yeah, like Lou said, because you're being an idiot. Don't believe me when I call you an idiot. Now, I heard that you believed it, and that's sad to know. But to just lose the globe. That's the deal. And you keep coming and asking for it, man. Like, I don't know what that's about. But, yeah, like, you know why you're wrong, how you're wrong. We all do, too. You got to drop the act, and if that means going away because you have nothing else after that, then I guess that's what that means. But you got to start being honest, man. Not one fake photo. What the fuck? And they're buying it, right?
You presented this image, I assume, as though it's the real globe Earth, right? Like, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's a digital image because it was taken by a robot in space, and it is beamed back electronically. So it's not a photograph in terms of film, but it's an electronic photograph like your cell phone takes. And sure, they may have processed it a little bit for color.
So the claim is that it's a pixel perfect representation of the light that entered the object.
It's not generated. It's not algorithmically generated, I suppose would be my claim.
Right. So it's essentially, for lack of a better term, a digital photo plate. That's your claim?
Yeah, a digital image taken through a lens, digitized and beamed back to Earth.
Dude, what about this doesn't say like engineered? Like, I mean, you just look at it and you go, yeah, that's not real. That's not like, I mean, a 5-year-old can go like real fake, real fake. You know, you give them a pencil, real. You like draw a pencil, fake. You know, like a 5-year-old can do this. What's wrong with you?
So you're claiming that you just through your own eyes you can tell what's real and what's fake?
I can tell you what you presented is fake.
You just said it. That's why that's his whole argument, is because you just said it was fake, and I'm sorry for him.
I think it's because you presuppose the Earth is flat, and therefore any image of the globe must be fake.
Nah, it's you who's presupposing something else, that it's a globe. You're the one doing the presupposing. You'll never see this blue marble image in nature through your own eyes. You just have to take it on faith. You have to take it on faith that the image is what they claim that it is.
I'm just glad that
there would
to
be
not
very
question those
few-
photographs at all. Those CGI images.
Yeah, they're images. They even call them that for legalities. An image. Do you worship the image?
I do not worship images, no.
Well, the ball earth is an image.
I don't worship the Earth.
If you believe you're on it, then you worship it.
No, believing
Well-
something exists doesn't mean you worship it. Do you believe the Eiffel Tower exists?
No, like it's a fake image. Like you can take a photo of the Eiffel Tower. You can never take a photo of the sphere Earth because it's non-existent.
You can verify
It's a
the Eiffel Tower pretty easily through your own eyes, too. Can't do that with this.
I've never been to France.
Yeah, like
you
if
know
somebody
what I'm
took
saying. Good point.
that's a great point. He made a great point. Like if somebody took a picture of the Eiffel Tower, you could look at the picture and look at the Eiffel Tower in real view and be able to discern if it's real or not. But you can't do that with the Earth, can you? You can only rely on the picture because you've never seen it with your own eyes.
Yeah, that's right.
Guys, keep in mind, this is the epic of epic fame where the moon passes in front of the Earth, doesn't turn, and the clouds don't move. Remember that one?
Yes, and it's consistent with our
Yes,
yeah, it's
my
absolutely
point
consistent with a static environment that only exists during shots that NASA wants to take.
It's like my statement.
Excuse me.
statement earlier-
Excuse me.
Go
Hold
ahead,
on,
go
friend. I
ahead,
gotta
go
make a joke. Excuse me, Mother Earth. NASA to Mother Earth. Can you please pause for a second? We're trying to take a photograph.
Well, my statement earlier about the military, because if you study the history of mankind, you know there's always a military, and they're going to do whatever they can for the country they're profiting from. So, if to have the best military is to control the skies, why would the military that's able to control the skies tell you what's going on in the skies and how to do it? Like, why would they do that? Wouldn't they be better off if you thought you knew what was going on in the skies when they actually knew what was going on? Wouldn't they like benefit from that? Like it takes all these $1 million, $1 trillion scientists and observatories in order to determine the skies, yet that's their tools while they steal the money from you. It's like you think they're going to tell you what they find
and that's okay.
Like that's hilarious. That's hilarious.
Tell me, as any government, you think any government has told their people how and what to think for the people's benefit?
Right.
You have to be the naivest person, if that's a word, that ever existed.
Yeah, the U.S. government generally recommends that people eat more fruits and vegetables, and that's for their benefit, to be more healthy.
Oh, shit.
Now, there was a point where they wanted us to be inventive, and then once we got so inventive, they started controlling the invention.
Hey Matthew, do you think it's not a coincidence that it's all happening that way as they are trying to limit your beef consumption and killing off like herds of cattle and coming up with impossible meats and
Colorado, yeah.
and also genetically engineering your plants?
And your
Colorado.
So what do you don't think that's all coincidence, or do you think that's all coincidence, or could there be an agenda for why they're doing all that?
I thought somebody had said that the government never tells you anything to your benefit, and I was giving a simple example of.
No, I didn't even say that. Why do you always try to switch around my words? You do it almost every time. I didn't say that. I said, tell me a government that does that. And you switched it around to all governments.
Okay, the U.S.
How you change
government.
it there? You see how you changed my words there, though? Let everybody know that. Hey, everybody stop for a moment, take a breath, realize what he just did. Thanks.
I don't think you realized it.
I didn't mean to mix around your words. I was just answering the question.
And now you're backpedaling, saying you didn't change my words? You reversed them.
No, I said I didn't mean to.
Oh, okay.
I apologize.
You're just a little too. Dude, I think you're a little too brainwashed, Matthew, and you're fighting a cause. You don't believe in your own cause, but you're fighting it, and you're here every day fighting for the cause, but showing every day that you don't believe in your own cause.
I suppose that's not how I would characterize it.
Well, that's the way we all see it. I know I do. Anyway.
We're all here seeing
Well,
that.
that's what it sounds like to me. Like I've never met Matthew before.
I was speaking. Yeah, we consistently see that you provide nothing, and yet you keep coming back providing the same nothing over and over and over again. And we just don't understand. I don't understand why you can't see it, or if you have something else going on, which I'm sure you do. We all do, right? I mean, we all have lives.
I know why he's coming here.
But motivation. Stop. Motivation is what intrigues me. I know we can't get a straight answer from you, Matthew, so I won't even bother asking it again. It's been asked so many times. I don't know. It's just curious to me. And human behavior, I've seen really nothing like that in any other area.
He actually sounded depressed when I pressed him just a moment ago. His tone was like, "Shit, he's got me. Like I got nothing." Like he sounded depressed in his tone.
Well, Matthew's having an internal fight in his own mind too. An internal battle. It's clear. It's obvious. He wants to believe in everything he was taught. He wants to believe in the authorities. He wants to believe in his government. But deep down, he knows that they lied to him more than once already. Why would they not lie to him again?
Maybe he
That's
doesn't.
why he's here every day fighting.
Maybe you're making a big assumption. Maybe he doesn't do any of those things.
If you're going to bring it to him,
how would you know?
I'm pretty good at reading people.
How would you know the difference?
Oh, obviously, that's why I used the words he sounded. I didn't say he is depressed. I didn't assume anything. I'm telling you that that's the way it sounded to me. So
I'm not talking about that part. I'm talking about the other part where they
guys, you can talk to Matthew. He's here right now.
Listen, I'm saying
no, we're talking about him. fuck down.
I'm saying the other part might not be true. The part I'm talking about is this part. The part where the gentleman said that you want to believe your government, you want to think they're right, you want to trust their information. What I'm saying is, what if none of that stuff is true?
Yeah,
It is true. He's showing that right now.
Instead of
He's
speculating,
expressing.
you could just ask me.
No, I don't need to ask you. I can clearly tell because you're literally defending them. There's different levels to this, right? You would be what we call an anti-flat earther.
Right.
You're somebody. Yeah, you're like at least a Riri kid. I don't know if Riri's still here. He was at least, trying to educate himself, trying to learn more about flat Earth. You're just somebody who's just gonna not like just constantly spew the same shit that we're all taught, literally repeat what we're all learned in school over and over again, without any type of discernment, any type of.
Yeah, but no. Here's where it gets more deceitful. More strategically, he can't stand when we have a conversation without him or somebody like him to check us. So like they need to have their fact checkers in the room to give their side for the audience, even though it's like us that's listening and like them.
Yeah,
it's
and
us and
even
them
though-
that's listening. They're that fucking weird, that egotistical. They think they make that big of a difference. They're so fucked in the head. You can't even fucking. You could literally shove your dick through their ear and it would come out the other side, and they would be like, "Yeah, but the Earth's still a globe."
No, if you literally did that, the person would die.
Literally, that's pretty.
Hey, Matthew, do you want to trust your government?
Not really. I mean, I take it with a grain of salt what they say.
Clearly, you don't.
Like, give us an example of that.
Yeah, I did. The FDA has guidelines for how we should probably generally eat more fruits and vegetables and less meat if to be healthy. I trust that.
Wait. You said take a grain of salt. I thought you were saying that like it's a good thing to eat more fruits and vegetables and less meat.
Yeah.
Okay. So what would you take with a grain of salt is what I was asking.
When they say that, I would look at it and say, okay, well, it seems like doctors say the same thing, so I believe them.
So I'm asking you, what is something the government has said in the past to you that you take with a grain of salt? It sounds like you're agreeing with that.
You should have just called them out on I believe it.
I think they bungled the, I don't want to say too much about it, but I think they bungled the last 2 years, the public health announcements. They didn't do that very well.
Oh, you mean the cocoa thing?
Yeah.
Cocoa Puffs.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely with you on that one.
So,
but to be fair though, I think people should not everyone, but I think most people should eat less fruits and vegetables, except for like avocado and bell pepper and low carb ones like that. I think people should eat more meat, more red meat, more fat. It's a great way to get omega-3 fatty acids, and there's a lot of mercury in the ocean and the fish, so it's that way is a little bit compromised these days, just a little bit.
And what do you base that recommendation on?
Because you need omega-3 fatty acids, and beef is quite an amazing thing within itself, red meat, because every nutrient that's classified as an